guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The end may be in sight as Phoenix continues to endure an historic heat wave with temperatures reaching 111 degrees Fahrenheit Sunday, tying a 1990 record. This marks the 55th day in 2023 where the official reading at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport has exceeded 110 degrees. Fortunately, the excessive heat warning is set to expire at 8 p.m. today. Meteorologists anticipate highs of 106 on Monday and 102 on Tuesday. President Biden expressed his desire for China to thrive, emphasizing the importance of adhering to established regulations. The remarks were made during a press conference in Hanoi following his discussions with Vietnamese leaders.
That's what this trip was all about. Having India cooperate much more with the United States, be closer with the United States, Vietnam being closer with the United States, it's not about containing China. It's about having a stable base in the Indo-Pacific.
President Biden acknowledged the challenges facing China's economy. Dr. Anthony Fauci said a repeat of 2020 is unlikely, despite the recent rise in COVID cases.
The chances of this being an overwhelming rush of cases and hospitalizations is probably low. So I think none of us in the public health field are predicting that this is going to be a tsunami of hospitalizations and deaths the way we saw a year or more ago.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, he also said that he doesn't anticipate a new federal mask mandate. Democratic Representative Adam Smith of Washington is calling on the Senate to revise its rules due to Senator Tommy Tuberville's campaign to influence Pentagon abortion policy by obstructing military nominations and promotions. Tuberville began the action in April, using it to protest a policy funding abortion care and travel expenses. The hold has now persisted for 6 months. This is USA News.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they?
Ugh.
It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's emergency order restricting public firearm carry in Albuquerque has faced an immediate legal challenge from the National Association for Gun Rights and one of its members, Foster Haynes. They filed a lawsuit in U.S. District Court seeking an immediate block to the order. The Democrat governor imposed a 30-day suspension as a public health measure applying to most public areas. Vice President Kamala Harris has dismissed GOP presidential candidates' attacks on her as familiar territory.
They're scared that we will win based on the merit of the work that Joe Biden and I and our administration has done.
Speaking on CBS Face the Nation, she addressed concerns about President Biden's age and claims that she'd be worse than him. She noted that she's faced criticism throughout her career dating back to her time as a district attorney in San Francisco. It's the end of an era at TV's longest-running show, NBC's Meet the Press. Host Chuck Todd signed off for the final time, ending his 9-year run.
So that's all for today. Thanks for watching and for so many years of loyalty to me and to this show. I'm happy to say my colleague Kristen Welker is going to be here next week because it doesn't matter who sits in this chair. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Todd thanked his viewers, his team, and previewed the show's next chapter with Welker as host. Sunday Night Football back tonight. It showcases Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys against Daniel Jones and the New York Giants. Kickoff set for 8:20 Eastern. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Just like that. Well, guess what day it is? Closing out another weekend. This one didn't seem to last so long, did it? Yeah, back to the real world. Regular old weekend, so we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And yes, indeed, look at the calendar. 11th day of September. I know where I was. I'm sure if you were old enough to remember, you know where you were. When word began to break that early morning, 22 years ago. I will have an opportunity to rehash some of that. How the world changed, how our world changed on that date. But first things first, hope you had a good weekend. Welcome aboard. It's a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Of course, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Lots to cover. Events that occurred over the weekend. Busy weekend in the sports world, right? Still got that Major League Baseball kind of rapidly rolling toward who will make it into the postseason. Week number 2 of college football. And, of course, the kickoff of NFL season. Yeah, week number 1, I guess with the exception of Monday Night Football, in the books. Now, we'll break it down. Any big upsets? Yeah, amazingly, like nearly, half the teams in the NFL have a losing record now. That's the way it works. All right. Meanwhile, Travelers Weather. We'll break down all eyes for the upcoming week along the East Coast are going to be trying to keep up to speed what's going on with Hurricane Lee, which did weaken a bit over the weekend after rapidly charting up to a Category 5 hurricane. It's back down to Category 2. It's been undergoing some eye wall regeneration, things of that nature over the weekend. So there's going to be fluctuations in intensity. Yeah, the expectation is it'll be back to Category 3, maybe back to Category 4. I haven't seen any predictions of it getting back to Category 5, but where will the potential impacts be felt, if any, here in the lower 48? Kind of a soggy start to the new week for parts of the Northeast. A lot of spotty shower activity, which you've seen this pretty much throughout the duration of the weekend. Nothing as far as severe weather, just some cool rains falling through parts of Pennsylvania, New York, on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. I have some showers rolling through the Philadelphia area. Some scattered showers there in New York City tonight. So all up and down the East Coast. Most of it is, again, very scattered activity. Several other disturbances, some spotty showers, and a few pockets of heavier rain through parts of Iowa. Some showers in Des Moines, heavier rains just east of Omaha. We do have some stronger storms that are going to be slowing down severe weather, impacting the Texas Panhandle region, north-central portions of the Texas Panhandle. Rains extending up to the Oklahoma Panhandle and southwestern portions of Kansas. A lot of spotty showers through Colorado tonight, spotty lighter rains. They're in parts of Arizona and southern Utah. And as we heard in the news break, top of the hour, looks like finally some relief on the horizon for what has been a sweltering hot summer in Phoenix. After another 111-degree day to close out the weekend, things are really going to begin cooling off for the upcoming week, finally. But again, all eyes tracking Hurricane Lee as it churns north of the Caribbean. It will re-strengthen to major hurricane status over the next day or so. Again, moving over abnormally warm ocean waters. After rapidly ramping up to Category 5, it's going to remain a powerful, dangerous hurricane as it spins well north of the Leeward Islands. Prior to making that northward turn along the east coast of the U.S. by midweek, forecasters warn the threat of impacts in eastern New England are increasing, and much of the east coast will experience high seas, dangerous surf. After undergoing rapid intensification, reaching that top-tier Category 5, winds at one point were sustained at 165 miles per hour early Friday. Now back down to Category 2 hurricane strength, but expected to make its curved path around a large area of high pressure setting over the central Atlantic that will guide this storm north of the northern islands of the Caribbean, which it's been doing this past day, then northeast of the Bahamas, west of Bermuda, and east of the southeastern USA here for the first half of the week. Changes in the eye structure will result in some fluctuation in strength. Of course, we saw that over the weekend. Lee was so intense that it had been creating its own moist environment since Thursday. They say that's a factor that can help powerhouse hurricanes maintain strength. So we look ahead from midweek on. The exact track of Lee is going to determine the scope of direct and indirect impacts on the eastern U.S. and Atlantic Canada. The slow forward speed for a time this week may cause the system to lose some wind intensity as cooler water from the depths is churned up toward the surface. But Lee will remain a powerful, dangerous hurricane. We're going to begin seeing that building surf along the eastern seaboard, strong rip currents, pounding waves, beach erosion, and coastal flooding at times of high tide. By late last week, forecasters began to note that the risk of impacts was increasing further to the north along the coast of North America, from New England to the Canadian Maritime areas. That's, again, continuing to look like the threat late this week. Forecasters are outlining primary impacts from Lee from southeastern Massachusetts on northward through Nova Scotia, areas of Newfoundland and Labrador. Higher impacts likely across the eastern portions of Nova Scotia, especially coming up maybe next weekend. The area of the United States that needs to pay attention along the eastern coast of New England. Parts of Atlantic Canada are most likely also to see direct impacts by late this week. Of course, what tends to happen as hurricanes move into northern latitudes this time of year, September into October, the rain and wind fields tend to expand as the storm's top winds decrease. That's how a storm center passing a couple of 100 miles to the east can still bring heavy rain and strong winds into parts of the Northeast. Looks like by next weekend, the steering breezes relative to Lee will increase and cause the forward speed to increase rather substantially. Now, we could be talking 40, 60 mile-an-hour winds from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, to parts of Newfoundland and Labrador. Winds blowing upwards 80 to 100 miles per hour, where the storm could make landfall across eastern areas or southern portions of Nova Scotia. Obviously, the offshore shipping interest, fishing, and the cruise lines need to closely monitor the track of Hurricane Lee, generating massive seas, deep sea swells ranging from 30 to 40 feet, locally higher in the proximity of this storm. Yeah, swells of 10 to 20 feet. Maybe as close as just a few dozen miles offshore. So that's all eyes on Lee. Oh, by the way, meanwhile, there is another system out there. Margot is a named system expected to become the next hurricane of the Atlantic. Tropical Depression 14 formed near a group of islands off the west coast of Africa, the Cabo Verde Islands, Thursday midday. Just hours later, upgraded to Tropical Storm Margot. Margot likely to ramp up to hurricane status by midweek this week. Once the system moves away from the Cabo Verde Islands, it looks like it's just going to take a northerly path. No threat to land in the near future for pretty much anyone. All right, around the country, as always, as we kick things off, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. Happy Monday. Monday. Oh,
Happy
yeah.
greatest day of the week.
What's going on, Captain Ron?
Just riding down the road. You know, this greatest day of the week, but it ain't a great day for a lot of people today.
Right.
In our history.
Yes.
I remember exactly where I was, and I had made my last delivery. I was on a 2-lane road in Michigan, headed back to the terminal. Had the windows down and was listening to Bob and Tom on the radio, you know, their usual laughter. And they had reported that a plane had hit the one building.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm riding along thinking, you know, wow, a plane accident. Well, then after the second plane hit, you knew it wasn't an accident.
Correct.
You know, and it was just horrible. And by the time I got back to the terminal, you know, a lot of the early footage is they were showing people jumping, you know, jumping. And they didn't show those reports for very long. You know, but yeah, it's amazing how much you remember on events like this. You know, I remember the same thing with the Oklahoma City bombing. You know, I remember exactly what I was doing that day. And it's just amazing how you remember that, but we can't remember what we did last Monday.
Right.
You know
You're right.
what I mean?
Yep.
But anyway, how about them Bengals? Did they get their money worth?
All right. Oh, boy. Man, I mean,
I don't know.
Throughout the weekend, talking to other friends and fans, I said, Joe hasn't played in any of the preseason. I said, do you really think he's going to be ready come Sunday? And I think that's quite obviously he was not. I don't know. I went to bed when it was 3-0, but my son said they actually pulled Burrow. Did he make it through the first half?
I don't know. I didn't see any of it.
Okay, yeah.
But I think they lost, 21-3 or something?
Yeah, something like that, yep.
I didn't even get to watch my Bucks play it. I need my beauty sleep.
Yeah,
Real badly.
See, I'm in the same boat, yep.
Yep, we got to sleep at the same time. But, yeah, I don't know what else I got to say this morning so far, so thank you for taking my call, and looking forward to a good show.
Hey, all right. Well, I mean, does that ever happen on a Monday? We'll give it a shot, right? Let me see here. College football. I mean, I'm looking through the scores. I tuned in off and on to a few games. We had gone out to dinner there, Saturday evening. And it looks like, everybody, business as usual. Everybody took care as expected. Again, some big scores. Penn State scored 63 points, 63-7 over Delaware. Notre Dame took care of North Carolina State 45-24. Yeah, all the the ranked teams pretty much took care of business. Now Alabama, roll tide, losing weekend, but you couldn't call it an upset because you had the number 4 Texas Longhorns versus the ranked 10th Alabama Crimson Tide, and Texas, they handled things 34-24 was the final score there. But again, cannot technically call that an upset. Big Ed's Oklahoma actually won their second game of the season. What's going on, Big Ed? Are you with me?
Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I got a mouthful, too, so don't cut me short now. Don't be, cheating out of my radio.
I'll give you all the time you need, Big Ed.
Well, I appreciate you, sir. I love you for it. Hey, right quick, I got my friend Denise Malloy. She's listening. She come up. We went to NASCAR race this weekend up there in Kansas City. Heck of a race. She's listening to you. I've got her turned on to your program, so you're escorting her home.
That's good.
Back to Oklahoma. So, and she is going on the cruise with us. Man, let's see. Let's start football. Oh, that was sweet to see Texas beat Alabama. But, let's be realistic about it. I think Alabama's in a rebuild. And Texas is Texas. And that's when I'm going to get on the Sooner bandwagon if OU can go into Dallas this year and beat Texas. Now, if they do that, I'll get on the Sooner bandwagon. Until that time, buddy, I am standing on the sidelines, and I'm not going to get excited about my Sooners. Not just yet. So that's where I stand on that. Then I enjoyed a little Coach Prime and his Colorado Buffaloes. Did you get to catch any of that game?
I didn't. No, I did not.
That was a good game. And then North Carolina, which Appalachian State, they're always good. They're mid-level, and they took, I think, North Carolina to 2 overtimes. That was a good game. So there was just a lot of good football all the way around. I believe Washington State, at least when I was watching some of it, that beat Wisconsin. And that was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
Washington State's one of them 2 schools that's got left behind, if you will, call it that away.
Yeah.
They got an axe to grind, and they really took it to Wisconsin. So there's some good football out there, Steve. And I got to tell you, me and my good friend Denise, we went out and ate supper at a casino up there north of Topeka. man, you want to talk about, boy, everything is just flat going up. Hell, it's $50 just to eat a meal, you know.
Well, yeah, that I know.
And it just, thank good Lord, I started out with $20 and won $190, played that back down to $3 and won $260, and took my money and run because it paid for my dinner. So, you know, don't tight me. I said, hey, I got a few bucks ahead, so I'm gonna take it and run. But I got to tell you, Steve, the icing on the cake of the weekend. You know, I was coming in from Omaha the other day, and I seen where they was having NASCAR there at Kansas City, and I thought, man, I don't have to pick up till Monday at 5 o'clock. I can camp out up here in this part of the country and go to NASCAR. So I shot my friend Denise on short notice. Bless her heart, I thought she would probably tell me no. But I don't know. I told her, I said, you go get my new Jeep. It only had about 300 miles on it. Bring it up here to Kansas City, and I'll get us tickets, and we'll go to the NASCAR races. Well, she said, let me think about it. Took her 30 minutes. She called, I'm a-coming. So, man, Steve, I'll tell you, that was some kind of race today. Just phenomenal. At least that's from my perspective. You know, I'd there to support old Christopher Bell.
Well, give me the full report when we come back, because we got to get a news break.
USA News Update. Pennsylvania State Police believe escaped convict Danilo Cavalcante remains in state and in Chester County. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated in a Sunday news conference that the stolen white van he was using was discovered abandoned.
After an extensive search, the vehicle was discovered abandoned in a field behind a barn in East Nantmeal Township. Investigators have been searching the area around that location since that time.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven, wearing a light green hoodie. The end may be in sight as Phoenix continues to endure an historic heat wave, with temperatures expected to hit 111 degrees on Sunday. The excessive heat warning was set to expire at 8 p.m. Sunday night. Meteorologists anticipate highs of 106 on Monday and 102 on Tuesday. And the U.S. men's basketball team left the FIBA World Cup in the Philippines without a medal, losing to Canada in the bronze medal game. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday at 844-844-3388. I pulled up the scoop from NASCAR.com. Guess you went into overtime. Dateline Kansas City with a bold move to the front of the field in overtime. Tyler Reddick wins the Hollywood Casino 400 and left his car owner frustrated at the end of the second NASCAR Cup Series playoff race in Kansas City. Well, why was his car owner frustrated at the end of the race there, Big Ed?
Boy, don't get me lying to you. I don't know. But I'll tell you this. To me, it was an exciting finish. I know that. It went down to the, what do they call that? The green.
White checkered, the overtime, yeah.
Yeah, man, I love the heck out of that because I thought, boy, that's just going to get, you know how it is. That's when them drivers get a little crazy with that maneuvering. And man, I mean that was an exciting finish. I loved the heck out of it.
So I guess the answer to the question is apparently he was battling Denny Hamlin, and Denny Hamlin is co-owner of that team. So he was battling one of his own owner.
Yeah, exactly. So I know this that young Christopher Bell is a good driver. So when I decided I was going to go, because see, his sister is married to my daughter-in-law's cousin, and I thought, well, maybe I could swing a pit pass. Well, it was about 4 days too late because NASCAR does a hell of a background check on you for that to get down into the pits. So I didn't get to go into the pits, but like I say, I was there to support that young man, and he is a good driver. And they kept knocking him back. And there was one time he got pushed back plumb down to 20th. But he finished in the top 10. I think he finished number 8. So I was pleased. He's a good driver. You know, there wasn't that many fender benders as far as that goes. There's a lot of blow tires. And I didn't realize the track was just, 1.5 miles long?
Yeah, they call it they call that one of those cookie cutter tracks around the country.
Yeah. And they run 267 laps, and so it still, to me, made for some good, exciting races.
Sure.
So I enjoyed it. Immensely from the word go. And I was really surprised that there was a big, large crowd there too, Steve. So I guess maybe NASCAR is kind of attracting their fan base back. I didn't know. I noticed one thing: there wasn't no damn Bud Light around there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see one Bud Light.
Wow.
And when you look at it, those were the kind of people that made Bud Light who they were. You know.
Right.
And
right.
And so, but there was some Busch beer, and then there was a few people bootleg Coors in there, but there wasn't no Bud Light. But I just really enjoyed that. So I've had a big weekend, so I can't complain, man. Sports wise, got to watch all of my football I wanted to. Got to win a little money at the casino, and then finished it out with the races. But I'll tell you what, Steve. Bringing up 911. I remember where I was. I remember where I didn't want to go, and I remember where I wanted to be. And that we was out about 30 miles west of Phoenix there at the TA out there. And then I was in the bunk, and Kay woke me up and said, "Hey, they've grounded all airplanes, and they've had an airplane hit the World Trade Center, which we had a TV, and I kicked that TV on. And they was reporting about the first plane crash. While I'm sitting there watching it, the second plane hit it. And I'll never forget that image.
You had that sinking feeling. You knew something bad's going on. Something's definitely, this was not an accident.
Right. The second that happened, it made me sick. And it's just burning my mind. And we was going into Cerritos, which is a suburb of Los Angeles. And we called our people. We was pulling for Ryder, running Xerox. And I told them, they said, just hold up, don't go in. Because you didn't know what was happening or what was going to happen. I did not want to go into the Los Angeles vicinity. I did not want to do it. But, like I say, you didn't know if we were just going to be under a nuclear attack or what. And L.A.'s the last damn place I wanted to be, And what blew my mind about it, we finally, after talking it over with our people, and it wasn't trying to be no hero, we come to the conclusion that you couldn't let what was going on stop interstate commerce. And that's what we come to the conclusion. Even though I didn't want to go in there, hey, I had a load I had to deliver. So you got to keep that freight moving as a truck driver. And all truck drivers, that's one of the biggest things that an oath of a truck driver, no matter what happens, your first line of defense is you got to keep your country moving.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Your country, and that's what these truck drivers, they stood tall and they stood proud because we, no matter what's going on, until they tell us to shut it down, we've got to do what we don't want to do. And what I didn't want to do was go into Los Angeles. And I don't know if you remember it. There was a guy standing over the I-5 bridge waving a big old American flag. And that made the national news. Well, Kay and I drove right underneath of him. But, I give him air horn. Look. But I'll never forget that image. And then, darn, if we picked up a load and had to go back to Rochester, New York, to Xerox with it, from there picked up an empty, and we had to go into Canada to get a load that was going back over into Mexico and take it down to Nogales, Arizona. Well, 2 days after 911 there, I'm picking up a empty trailer going into Canada, and man, we went through the third degree trying to get in there, even though I was empty. They pulled us into a compound, searched that truck from top to bottom. Got on over by Ontario and got our load. And then when we come back down into Detroit, there at the port of entry in the United States, I mean, they had that place surrounded. with military. 50 caliber machine gun set up, and that was just unnerving as it could be.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing that, your country was under attack, you know, and they were setting up all these different perimeters to, you know, you wasn't going to go in there, and I turned the light on, and I told Chaos to get up there in the jump seat, and whatever you do, when we got down in the compound, do not get out of this truck, because I had to go in and get the load bonded to go on into Nogales. And said, do not get out of this truck, and to make sure to leave the light on and stay up in this jump seat where they can see you. Finally got out of there, and we got home 5 days later, and my God, I was never so glad to get back to the house. But that was just unnerving, stressful, trying time. And we was able to get back home and regroup and really get an idea, because back then, you know, we did have, I think XM satellite was just starting to come out, and what little bit of news we could get, even what a week later, they still didn't know if we was going to be thrown under a full scale attack or what was going to happen.
Yep.
But I'll never forget that. And but once again, I go back out to the truck drivers. They stood tall. And when it comes to the defense of this country, we are that first line of defense in our borders, because no matter what happens, we've got to keep interstate commerce moving and going. So the drivers, they did their thing. It's just like when the drivers go down on these hurricane areas and get hit hard. What's the first line of defense? Is your truck drivers keeping the goods moving into these communities that need the help. So, well, with that said, Steve, love you, brother. Love your show, and we out here listening as usual.
All right, great to hear from you, Big Ed. I saw that photograph of you at the Kansas Speedway, and it was posted like 8 hours ago. I said, well, Big Ed went to the race today. I said, I wonder if he'll call and give us a full report. Well, there you go. Sure enough, he did. All righty. Hey, it's that time again. Hello, Philly Dan. Raining in Philly. Let's go, Eagles. He said, stay out there. Let's roll. Stay safe. Sergeant MacGyver, Denver, Colorado, checks in. Cloudy, quite comfortable, 56 degrees. Good morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive fans. Safe travels to those who keep America rolling. Hello, 5-7. Timothy's on board. There's Marianne. Rockpick, what's going on? Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently clouds, 65 at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Monday, all you hard-working Americans. Feels like the lazy days of summer are about over. Hey, everybody, watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Hello, Pappy. 68 degrees, the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Nocturnal listeners, look up to the southeast. Jupiter saying hello on this now 11th day of September, year of our Lord 2023. Let us not forget those who had fallen on this day in our past history. God bless the United States of America. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 59, little rain in Ellsworth, Iowa tonight. Not a whole lot going on till about the noon hour when we will load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck like a freight train and point it towards Tennessee. Hey, a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Iowa tonight. All right, there's Roy. Hello, the milkman. Copy the mail. Off 3 weeks. I had to take a vacation after a med flight ride to UW Hospital in Madison. Got the ticker back in order. I'm doing good for now. Back, moving the milk. All right, so that would explain why we hadn't heard from Milkman in a while there. Let me see. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry on a wet night tonight, northeast, headed to Hartford, Connecticut. Hanging out at 72 degrees, the New York-New Jersey state line tonight. Heidi-ho, Big Ed. It was good to hear from you. Buckeye Boy checking in from Tucson, Arizona. 95 degrees. It was a hot one, wasn't it? I'll unload tomorrow. Got to wait for the swapped out units. If I'm allowed to help, it'll take 4 hours, and I can leave tomorrow. If not, at least late Tuesday afternoon. So we shall see. I was working for an air freight company down at the Atlanta airport and had worked late the night before. So I was woke up by my wife when the attack happened. They shut down all air freight for at least a week. After a couple days, they just had us work in the warehouse to handle ground freight and local stuff. Yeah, everybody remembers exactly. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Oh, and by the way, he said Bengals were horrible today. It was like Burrow couldn't grip the ball all day. They were playing in the rain. Yeah, I did catch that early on. He actually was going barehanded and actually put a glove on at one point trying to get a better grip, but he didn't really have it for NFL opening Sunday. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, my recollection, it was just a normal morning. Did the show. My father was still, of course, hosting. He didn't retire till about, 4 years later? 04. But did our regular show. Got to the home 20, got the kids on the school bus. I had just dropped the wife off at work and listened into the top of the hour news. And pretty much like Big Ed said, the first reports were a plane had struck one of the towers. And all the discussion initially was they presumed it was like a small plane, somebody's private plane that somebody screwed up or something. And that was, got back to the home 20, turn on the morning news, and of course immediately go to the smoking tower there. And not a whole lot of info was available at that point in time, right? But just as Ed had tuned in, witnessed another plane slamming into the other tower. And you immediately knew something's dramatically wrong. And by, of course, catching it live on television, that wasn't a small plane. That was a jet that we just witnessed slam into the building. I think the first person I called was my dad to say, turn on the TV. Something's going on big. Something's really big happening here. And had an appointment for the cat. Had to have the cat. Yeah, he was going to be groomed that morning. I think that was like at 8 o'clock. I can't recall exactly the time, but I took the cat to drop him off for his appointment there. And by that point in time, coverage was going to the Pentagon. And that had just occurred, I guess, the impact on the Pentagon. And it's like, well, the whole world's going to hell in a handbasket. We are under attack here. And once I left the cat there, I think I came home, called the wife. Everybody's kind of freaking out. What do you do? What do you do? At some point, I actually was so concerned, I went and got my kids out of school, brought them back home, and didn't know what was going on that day. But, yeah, I'm at the veterinary office, and after the Pentagon strike, for whatever reason, the veterinarian was like, everybody was crowded around the television in the waiting room, and he's like, he made the girls behind the counter change the channel because it was distracting. It's like, dude, the whole world's coming to an end. You want to change the channel? Come on. So everybody I wanted to get the hell out of there and get back to the news, see what's going on. And, of course, the day progresses, and we all witness the towers collapsing and nonstop coverage. Of course, that was technically the night of September 11 into September 12, when my father and I got to work. That was the night the program pretty much essentially changed. The Truckin' Bozo, we always did a lot of joking around, and I remember when he started the program, he said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, you're not calling in using handles. We're not going to talk to Carolina Monkey Gouger. You're going to use your real name. We're being serious here, discussing what's going on in our country. So, Monkey Gouger would have been Jimmy. This is Jimmy. Everybody use your real names. And I think a couple hours in that night, and indeed we were on XM radio at the time. Sirius XM were separate entities. They hadn't come together as one, but the XM channel, and seeing as the news coverage, when you're on the syndicated side like that, kind of like we have a hard clock right now, where I have to hit the news break exactly at 57:50, and you got to come back from the news exactly at 6 minutes after to keep everything timed out right on your affiliate stations and on the satellite radio. So much news was breaking news that our home 20 there at 700 WLW wanted my father to come downstairs and handle live programming on that end so that the newscast didn't have to be timed out like that. I mean, they may take 10, 12, 15 minutes with all the breaking news, and then they needed to be able to break in at any time with the latest breaking news during programs. So he handled things downstairs. I stayed up on the XM side and finished out the program there. And I can't remember if we did that for a couple nights. It seems like we did. We had split programming for a few nights where I was talking to the folks on the satellite radio side. But, that's the day that changed our programming. Memories. All right, what do we got? About a minute before news break here. So, we'll get to your calls. 5-7's on board. I think Uber Ed recollecting his memories of 22 years ago. And feel free to chime in here at 844-844-3388. I don't know if we'll hear from Glowworm, a.k.a. Heatwave, tonight, but we've got to ask him, what in the hell is your lunatic governor there in New Mexico thinking? She's really stirred up the doo-doo, trying to declare a health emergency on Friday. She's calling it a health emergency due to the gun violence that's been taking place, and declared no one shall carry open nor concealed weapons in the state for the next 30 days. It's like, whoa. There's calls for her to be removed from office as soon as possible, to be impeached. She had the people out en masse yesterday, openly carrying, defying her order. That's a big story.
That's secret.
All right, we'll give more on that coming up after the news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Pennsylvania State Police believe escaped convict Danilo Cavalcante remains in state. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated in a Sunday news conference the search has shifted to northern Chester County after Cavalcante eluded a police perimeter and the stolen white van he was using was found.
After an extensive search, the vehicle was discovered abandoned in a field behind a barn in East Nantmeal Township at 10:40 a.m. Investigators have been searching the area around that location since that time.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven and wearing a light green hoodie. President Biden says he wants China to thrive, emphasizing the importance of adhering to established regulations. He made the remarks during a press conference in Hanoi following his discussions with Vietnamese leaders.
That's what this trip was all about. Having India cooperate much more with the United States, be closer with the United States, Vietnam being closer with the United States. It's not about containing China. It's about having a stable base in the Indo-Pacific.
Biden also acknowledged the challenges facing China's economy. Dr. Anthony Fauci believes a repeat of 2020 is unlikely despite the recent rise in COVID cases.
The chances of this being an overwhelming rush of cases and hospitalizations is probably low. So I think none of us in the public health field are predicting that this is going to be a tsunami of hospitalizations and deaths the way we saw a year or more ago.
On ABC's This Week, he said he doesn't anticipate a new federal mask mandate. And the end may be in sight as Phoenix continues to endure an historic heat wave, with temperatures reaching 111 degrees on Sunday, tying a 1990 record. This marks the 55th day in 2023 where the official reading at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport has exceeded 110 degrees. However, the excessive heat warning will expire tonight. This is USA News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced. Call now. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call the Home Warranty Hotline now at 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. That's 800-239-1876.
A recent Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies poll indicates that despite California's blue state status, there is strong opposition to slavery reparations. Overall, the measure is rejected by a 2-to-1 margin by every demographic except blacks. Only 28% of California voters support cash reparations, while a significant 59% oppose, with 44% expressing strong opposition. Vice President Kamala Harris dismissed GOP presidential candidates' attacks at her as familiar territory.
They're scared that we will win based on the merit of the work that Joe Biden and I and our administration has done.
Speaking on CBS Face the Nation, she addressed concerns about President Biden's age and claimed that she'd be worse than him. The U.S. men's basketball team left the FIBA World Cup in the Philippines without a medal, losing to Canada 127-118 in the bronze medal game. This is only the 7th time in 38 Olympic or World Cup appearances that an American team did not medal. It's the end of an era at TV's longest-running show, NBC's Meet the Press. Host Chuck Todd signed off for the final time, ending his 9-year run.
So that's all for today. Thanks for watching, and for so many years of loyalty to me and to this show. I'm happy to say my colleague Kristen Welker is going to be here next week because it doesn't matter who sits in this chair. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Todd thanked his viewers and his team. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, cue round number 2. As we close out the weekend, work our way into a Monday, 11th day of September. Hey, one thing some folks will notice is a dramatic pattern shift that's going to take shape early this week across the central states. A push of noticeably cooler conditions, plus an increased chance of stormy weather. After what's seemed like an endless stretch of heat throughout the summer across the southern plains, finally, relief in the days to come. In the coming days, residents in some spots of the southern plains are on track to observe daytime highs in the 70s for the first time since back in, say, mid-June, early July. Wichita, Kansas, Amarillo, Texas, Oklahoma City. Temperatures this week expected to be comparable to mid-October values. Yeah, the hasty return to cooler weather may indeed be welcomed by many folks across the South Central states after a steamy summer gripping the region for months. Over the weekend, we had heat advisories put in place across central and southern Texas. Temperatures upwards of 100 degrees once again for the coastal plains of Texas. Areas of the hill country felt like 110 during the peak heating hours. So they break down the upper level pattern over the southern states as a pocket of high pressure nudges southward from Canada, bringing cooler air with it. Yeah, that dome of high pressure then will suppress southward on into early this week, opening the door for cold fronts to begin pressing southward. So in addition to the cooler conditions, some much-needed rain will be in the forecast as well. As those frontal boundaries push across the southern plains, we'll have numerous rounds of rain, some thunderstorms developing, some which could bring some severe weather. Repeat chances will arise for rounds of thunderstorms across parts of the plains. Much-needed rainfall will come at a cost for some. It could come along with severe thunderstorms, damaging winds, large hail, torrential downpours, capable of producing some flash flooding. Say from now, Monday to Tuesday, we'll have a front tracking southeastward from Kansas to Texas. That'll bring some additional chances for wet weather, some stronger storms. Hot conditions will be contained across southern Texas and the Gulf Coast region. So finally, a bit of a break. And as we mentioned, Phoenix is also in the mix to see some cooler temperatures finally after a long, hot summer. All right, as we hit the news break there, top of the hour, I mentioned in New Mexico, just in case you missed it, the governor, Democrat New Mexico Governor Michelle Grisham, sent shockwaves around the country when she announced Friday that due to a, quote, health emergency, she's upending the Second Amendment. It's sort of a shameless power grab that you'd expect to see in a third world country. She took to social media Thursday and Friday in a feeble attempt to explain away her unconstitutional decision-making. First, on Thursday, she declared a public health emergency, which would turn out to be quite the sinister precursor when she said, "Today I signed an executive order declaring gun violence a public health emergency," which paved the way for the Friday announcement, which reads, quote, "Today I issued a 30-day ban on the open and concealed carrying of guns in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County. Gun violence is killing between 2 and 3 children every month in New Mexico. Every single one of these deaths is unconscionable. They must stop," she says. Now, for those of you who are constitutionally challenged, here's what the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, that little piece of parchment, the root of the greatest country on earth says. It says, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Giving yourself the power to suspend the Second Amendment and then actually doing it. It doesn't matter if it's a 30-minute ban or a 30-day ban. That could not infringe on these rights anymore. And just in case you're the incredibly gracious type and willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, do not do it. Her follow-up remarks at a news conference illustrated just how drunk with power she actually is. When pressed on why the civil order was required, instead of something like, say, better law enforcement, she stressed all the value that this order would give her. Yes, her. The value of the order is that it gives me three things. And she did say, gives me. Was that maybe a Freudian slip? Yeah, after rattling off a bit of word salad that would make Kamala Harris blush, she made her most curious point of all, that the Constitution is somehow not absolute. If there's an emergency, she said, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. Well, then, a deep disdain for the Constitution, hardly a unique feature of the deep blue Democrats. So maybe all of her yammering is what you'd expect from leaders of her ilk, but a reporter at the news conference told the governor if someone got a concealed permit in Albuquerque walking on a public street, they're not going to get arrested. She responded to that with a bit of irony. I can make the point that maybe they should be arrested. So yes, indeed, this is a United States governor openly calling for a hypothetical arrest of a law-abiding citizen. Literally walking on the street, which is utter insanity. She's not got a positive response in any form or fashion. Many saying this woman has to be removed from office. Can you impeach a governor? I know you can have, what do they call it, a recall of a governor, because we saw that with Greg Davis there in California a number of years ago. You can... I don't know I have to do a little more investigating. Can you impeach a governor? Get her out of office. You cannot do this. And obviously there's already been, I believe, lawsuits filed saying this is not constitutional. It is in no form or fashion. Hello, 5-7.
They call that progressivism. A progressive Democrat believes that they can change the Constitution at will. That was explained basically under the how we got the income tax in the first place, and the courts did allow the income tax through that progressive idea that you can change constitutions at will. Prager University put out a big educational thing on a reel, and it was really helpful to understand. That's just shameful. I'm interested in what Heatwave has to say, but I got a funny feeling he would have had something to say even before she did something stupid when it comes to his governor. I was rolling south out of Columbus, Ohio. I was on the Beltway when the first plane hit, and it was a local show. I listened to what the Redneck show after that, and then a little bit of Mike McConnell, I guess, and then I would switch over to a local.
Mm-hmm. And 5-7, are you in the... All right, you were breaking up there. Are you in the swamp?
No, I'm actually in Allendale, which is probably just as bad. Let me make sure okay, I was coming south out of Columbus, and I got hungry to know what more about the plane crash, and I ended up, believe it or not, because I remembered that
Yep, he's somewhere in between cells. I don't know. He'll have to call us back. I apologize. Let me see. Let's try. Is that Uber Ed?
Hey, Steve.
What's going on?
How you doing? Getting ready to go on the cruise next week.
Yes.
Big Ed was right about one thing. Something nobody's never said, but 9/11 was the first day that XM radio broadcasted.
I don't recall it being the first time. I thought we had been on.
It was the first day. It was the first day because they first introduced it to truck drivers at the Dallas Truck Show that year, and we had just left the Dallas Truck Show and delivered in New Orleans that day for it when 9/11 hit. So it was the first day that XM Radio had broadcast.
Huh.
And they didn't think after that it was gonna make it, but it actually did. So, that's just a little fact that I didn't think nobody knew about. It was the first day.
I could swear we had been on, because we had the channel when we first went on the truck channel, because initially it was, they carried the Truck and Bozo for 5 hours, and then I think they repeated the show. Then Bill Mack did a thing, Nemo. I mean, they had all of them on various times, but I think they were repeating the Truck and Bozo like 3 times a day on the truck channel. But I don't know, doesn't much matter. But so you remember where you were on that day, though?
Yeah, we had just left the Dallas Truck Show and we're delivering in New Orleans that morning.
Uh-huh.
I had walked in the pilot right outside New Orleans when I had seen it. So, I'll tell you another little fun fact. There were 500 radios sold for XM Radio at the Dallas Truck Show that year. They were $500 a radio. A little over $500.
Yeah, I mean, and that was, you got the little like rectangular box, and then you could buy the boom box to put it in, so you could take the boom box with you. Yeah.
Right. It looks like it's going to be a pretty good week next week on the cruise. I'm going to call you back later and see if any more later Thursday. I guess Thursday, a week Thursday, we'll be in Bahamas.
And by then, Lee will be long gone, and it looks like the Bahamas are going to be spared the wrath of Lee. But all right, thank you. Good to hear from you, Uber Ed. Let's see, 5-7 back at it here. Let's take 2.
Okay, I don't know where I got lost yet, but real quick, I was rolling south out of Columbus, and on the Beltway, whenever I heard the first plane hit, and you just got hungry for the news. The local news really just they broke in and just mentioned it, and I'm thinking, I wonder if Howard Stern, because I remembered he used to broadcast live out of New York, and what was real strange, it was a little bit just before the second plane hit, and I had picked up him on that Columbus channel, and if you remember a while back, Howard Stern made a joke out of an air crash on the 38th Street Bridge, and he called Delta Airlines wanting a ticket to the 38th Street Bridge, got in trouble for that. So, I catch him on there, and somebody called up and wanted a ticket, said they wanted to order a ticket to go to one of the trades building. And right off the bat, you knew something was wrong because they're clowns, And he was dog serious. And he says, wait a minute, sir. He goes, there's a time to be funny. There's a time not to be funny. He said, I'm looking at the towers through my window in my studio. And it's something big over there. I've got friends in those towers. And right about then, the second plane hit. And that's what Howard Stern, dead serious. There was no clowning around. And he said, people of America, we're under attack. Somebody's attacking us. And so I remembered I was in Ohio and heading back to West Virginia whenever I heard that. And, yeah, that was a time you'll never forget. The only thing I'd like to mention is Biden, I guess, is finally going to stop the flow of immigration. I guess to help the city of New York, he's going to enforce the border by a stay in Texas order. I seen that on Real American News this morning. So I guess trying to help the Democrat cities out, he's going to try to keep them all down on the border.
Keep them all under Greg Abbott's watch, right? Let Greg Abbott handle them all.
Yeah, I thought I'd pass that on to you. I thought that was interesting. But today is a day it really matters. So I'm going to hush up and let somebody else tell their story. But do remember that unity we had for about 2 or 3 days, even when all the congressmen got out on the front and they were all united and they were close and trying to heal the country, and it lasted, I think, for 2 days. and then here they turned around and started tearing the country apart, just like the people in the airliners or the terrorists. So one's trying to do it the quick way, the others are trying to do it slowly but surely. So, all right, this is 5-7 heading to South Georgia, and really enjoy the show and this Memorial 9/11. 5-7, we out.
All right, good to hear from you, 5-7.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got an email from Scott, who is a third shift dispatch manager. Said, Steve, I used to listen to you overnight while being an over-the-road driver. But now, having moved inside, it's great to be back into listening to you on the overnight drive. Thanks for keeping the trucking community up to date with the industry. I'll continue to be a listener. Hey, great to hear from you, Scott. Glad you found us and appreciate you supporting the program. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Man,
Steve, I was working. Go ahead.
I was going to say that was a pretty fast weekend that just flew by.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Kind of busy at work, so it kind of went by quick. Thanks for taking care of the daughter Friday night.
It was good to finally, because, we're looking out there trying to, I remembered the wedding picture, but I wouldn't have recognized her, but she finally found us and just came up and said hello. Very nice, very cordial. It was good to meet her.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, man, I was dealing with an assault when you guys were trying to find each other, so it was kind of hard trying to get on the phone and whatnot. But anyway. But hey, man, I was working second shift, 1400 to 2200, which is 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And I don't know what time I woke up, Steve, probably around 11 or noon. I'm like, what the hell is going on, man?
Yeah.
It was our generation's December 7th.
Correct.
You can say, And I could say our country and the world hasn't been the same since. Man, I remember growing up hearing all the old man's war stories. Told you how he went all through the Pacific in World War II, but hearing all them stories, and I remember driving into work, man, thinking, holy crap, we're at war, man. Didn't know who with, Osama bin Laden, who's he?
Right.
I mean, it took a while for that, a few days for it to kind of come out because everybody kept asking, man, who could be behind this, but anyway, yeah.
You remember stepping outdoors in a city where, major airport, and normally at any time of day you could look up and see planes and hear planes flying over. It was silent.
USA News Update. President Biden voiced his wish for China's prosperity with the condition that their government abides by the rules. The statement was made during a press conference in Hanoi following his talks with Vietnamese leaders.
It was less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about.
The president acknowledged the current economic challenges facing China and said he would like to meet with Chinese President Xi. On the 11th day of the manhunt, Pennsylvania State Police say there's been a new sighting of escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. Surveillance video showed him in Phoenixville, about 30 miles from Philadelphia. Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake Friday night. The death toll now exceeds 2,000, with thousands more people injured. It was the strongest to strike that country in over a century. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here, 25 before the hour. So, Big Ed, I guess he looked it up. He said, XM started September 25th of 2001. All right, so I guess my recollection of being on satellite, in other words, that's when we still had all the affiliate stations. So we had WHAM out of Rochester, WHO, K2 there in Casper, all the affiliate stations. That was all hard-timed back then. So, all right, I stand corrected about satellite radio, but thank you very much. Remember when we had all those big 50,000-watt blowtorches all over the country, WWVA and Wheeling, who we have down there in Shreveport, Louisiana? Yeah, long time ago. And, we left off with Pappy there, recollecting it was so eerie to step outside, and the skies were silent.
Yeah, Steve, that was, I forget how long they totally shut down air traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Several days to a week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
It wasn't just, it's only thing in the skies were fighter jets.
Yep.
Man, you know what, Steve? That was, how many years ago now?
22 years, 22nd anniversary today.
Wow. Man, and to be honest about it, it doesn't seem that daggone long ago. Hey, on a good note, I guess you can say on this date. Remember I was telling you my grandson Tyler graduated firefighter school?
Yes.
Well, he got hired on by Green Township, and his first day is today, September 11th.
Wow, how about that?
So when he wakes up in the morning, he's going to be donning a firefighter uniform. So awfully proud of him, man. He's a good kid. Man, on to New Mexico's governor, Steve. You know, I hate to say it this way, but daggone it, I don't know what other way to say it. It's time everybody, each and every one of us is going to have to choose a side. What side are you going to be on? This governor's side or the side of the American people? And we knew this was coming, Steve. I mean, we knew it. They were going to use these health emergencies and climate emergencies and COVID emergencies to make these executive orders to take our freedom.
I'm guessing she's trying to, I mean, it's just like a trial balloon, as they call it, you know, trying to say, hey, it's only 30 days, you know, let's, you know, like, just give us 15 days to flatten the curve. Oh, it's only 30 days, and you get the ball rolling.
It's for the good, right?
Right.
For the good of the order. Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know if she got some kind of wink and nod from the White House or she's doing this all on her own, but wow. I guess what I mean by that, Steve, is all the sheriffs, state police should ignore that executive order. That's what I'm talking about. When you're going to have to choose, you're going to have to pick. I'm telling you right now, Steve, if DeWine did something like that in Ohio, I ain't putting handcuffs on nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing it. Ain't happening. You want to fire me? Fire me. See you in the lawsuit. So, you know, I hate to say it, man, but this is how bad it's going to get, Steve. And unfortunately, there will be sheriffs in one of them or several of them counties in that state that probably go along with it. I can tell you right now, I won't talk about my county. I'll talk about one county north of us, Butler County.
Yep.
Sheriff Jones. He's a good man, Steve. I'm telling you right now, he would probably flip him the double-barrel middle finger. Tell him I ain't doing it. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, you spoke real quick, and I'll get off here, about Texas sending these illegals back down to Texas. And they just don't like it when they come on their doorstep.
Right.
And the thing about that mayor in New York, Steve, he's such a joke. He tweeted out a couple years ago about a sanctuary city in New York. He's all for it. These people need to be taken care of. And now he's changing his tune a little bit. It's not because he woke up and smelled the coffee. It's because he wet his finger and stuck it up in the air to see which way the political winds are going. Hypocrites. So all these sanctuary cities now want to send them down to Texas. Here's your cell phone. Here's your bank card. Here's your ankle bracelet. Don't leave Texas, or all that's going to be taken away from you. That's the kind of shenanigans they're going to pull.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is true or not, Steve. It's what I heard. I haven't had a chance to really, I know it wouldn't take that long, but been kind of busy. It's not a priority. But I heard these immigrants are getting $10,000 a month in a bank card from New York. Steve, if that's the case, every citizen, legal citizen in this country,
right,
should be up in arms. Are you kidding me? Man, I need to find out if this is true. $10,000 a month. Crazy. All right, with that said, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call. Got Monday off, got to be down at the range all day Tuesday for training again.
Already, wow.
Yeah. So, I'll be a walking zombie come Tuesday night.
Another month has come and gone, in other words, just like that. All right, well, Pappy, thank you much for checking in. If I could jump back to New Mexico, the people, the gun owners, staging a defiant protest this past day. Dozens of gun rights activists gathered at Old Town Albuquerque, voicing their displeasure with the governor's 30-day suspension of open and concealed carry laws. Many of these protesters openly displaying their firearms, a deliberate defiance of her decree. Protesters proudly displaying American, Gadsden, and Come and Take It flags. One man was holding a sign addressed to Grisham that read, "Our founding fathers warned us about you." There was a woman holding a sign that stated, "Gun rights are women's rights." Another proclaiming, "This will not stand, we will not comply." Another woman said, "Our rights come from God, our privileges come from government." One speaker at the rally, defying the gun carry ban, told the crowd that they need to go out and do this every day, or it wouldn't have an impact. While the police did not enforce the order, supposedly it includes a $5,000 fine for violators. There was one anti-gun demonstrator wearing a face mask, but the gun activist gave him a chance to actually speak and then attempted to refute his claims. All right, Saturday, the National Association for Gun Rights have already indeed filed a lawsuit against Grisham and New Mexico Department of Health Secretary Patrick Allen. Filed in the U.S. District Court for New Mexico, asserting that the governor's order is a complete violation of the Second Amendment, no doubt. All right, see what's going on with Knucklebuster here on a Monday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Watch out, I'm westbound with my panties down and my top undone. And when I do dress up, I'll be dressing up as a truck driver there, right?
Okay.
Actually, I'm just kidding on that part of it there. That singing they done on the front porch out there at the Capitol building, that was just a dog and pony show there. They don't really mean that. I remember where I was at there. I was on the way back to Memphis, coming down I-55. Tennessee called me and said, "There's an airplane just flew into the World Trade Center." I said, "Was it a crop duster or a commercial jet?" She said she didn't know yet.
Yeah.
So I turned my satellite radio on back then and listened to the news. Time I got home, I watched the second one fly into the second tire there. So, but I don't do that XM anymore. They can keep that stuff there. That Meet the Press, I can say, thank the Lord, I'm glad it's gone there. That was a boring show there on Sunday there, right? I read where Pelosi announces a bid for 2 more years of insider trading, Steve. I didn't hear you laugh.
That wouldn't
Must not have been too funny.
That wouldn't surprise me. Just 2 more years, right? Just let her finish up her term. Would that be the intention?
Yeah, I guess she needs to finish it up and go on and quit. You know, the criminals out there in New Mexico, they were excited to hear that no one will be unarmed for an entire month. See, because when you take legal citizens' guns away, then guess who's the only one got a gun? Be them old criminals, right?
Right, and they know that, I mean, all the law-abiding citizens can't defend themselves.
That's right. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I appreciate them Reds letting the Cardinals win 2 out of 3 there.
Yeah, so, sure did.
Yeah. Well, they made the best team win, is all I can say there. I want to congratulate Texas and welcome them to the SEC, whooping Alabama 34-24. And that made my day, see Alabama get their butts spanked. Did you read that $15 million scoreboard sign that North Carolina State had just put up, and it got hit by lightning? See, $15 million gone down
really?
the drain. Yeah. It was a brand new scoreboard, shorted out due to the lightning there. And I want to congratulate Joe Burrow. He is now the highest paid player in NFL history. I think he got like $275 million over a 5-year contract.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a good deal there. He'll be back. I ain't worried about that boy. Well, I know he lost, but that's okay. He'll be back. And did you know the Lions and the Chiefs? The Lions beat the Chiefs 21-20, and that would be Kansas City and Cincinnati, that were both teams in last year's playoffs, are now 0-1. So, well, we'll see what happens. It's just started the season. It ain't about how you start. It's about how you finish up there, right?
Well, right. You got to get on track.
Yep. This woman griped about pain for over a year, and then they had a surprising find. She had a cesarean there, see, and they found a surgical instrument still left in her. It was the size of a plate, about 7 to 8 inches, something like that. Yep. You know, she's going to have one hell of a lawsuit there.
No doubt.
And, you know, them, and ESPN is baffled what that athlete kneeling with eyes closed and hands folded could possibly be doing. See, I don't know. You know, you reckon he might be praying or something? I don't know. Yeah, I still got a few more minutes. I want to congratulate Baker Mayfield. He won. Beat the Vikings 20-17 down there in Tampa Bay. So that was a good deal there. So you ain't gonna believe where I'm headed to today.
Where's that?
Well, I got in Thursday, and they didn't have anything for Texas or Oklahoma. And then when I called in Friday for my weekend run, he said, I still ain't got anything for Texas or Oklahoma. You want to go to Las Vegas, Nevada for the weekend or next Wednesday? I said, lay it on me, buddy. I'm gonna have to broaden my horizons with this slow freight there, right? So I'm going out there, the heat wave country out there. You reckon I need to hide my gun? My water blaster?
All right. Yep.
Yeah, might want to there, yep. But anyway, that's all of my old baloney. I'll shut up for a few minutes and keep listening there, and we'll call you in that loneliest hour, because it's going to be a long night.
It's a Monday. Yes, indeed. Thanks so much. All right. Get a quick time out here, and we got Hillbilly coming up. Dan is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see what's going on with Hillbilly on this Monday morning.
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
I was just thinking about it while I was on hold. 2001 was a emotional year. All year round, starting in February, 15th or 18th, we lost Dale Sr. Then we all got to watch Junior win the second Daytona race, and we're on the high. Then 9/11 happened, which I was pulled in the Kenworth dealership there in Lexington to get my truck worked on when the first plane hit, which I always listened to 700 all the time back then, and I'm sitting out the parking lot, listening to it, and I went, wait a minute, they got a TV inside, so I ran inside, and there was starting to be a crowd around there, dudes going around, and about the time the second plane hit, I just sat there and looked at one of the mechanics beside me, and I just looked at him and said, we're at 4. This is delivery. And about that, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes later, Pentagon got hit.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember them showing the smoke from it, and the secretary just grabbed hold of me and says, what's going to happen now? I just looked at her and went, I don't know. I said, but it's bad. Then we all heard about the Flight 94 hitting around Somerset, going down. And about that time they got my truck going, I headed back north. My boss called me and said, hey, you out of the shop? I went, yeah. He said, hey, they want some rock up there at the airport for the DHL tarmac. I said, I want to get your load down up there. This so happened everybody else hadn't got there yet. I was the first one up there, and they failed to tell the security that we were on our way, and I pulled in there, which to go to where the concrete plant was, you got to go around one runways off of a tire drive.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped me and went to question, what are you doing here? I went, hauling rock. He says, you know what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I know what's going on. I showed him the paperwork and says, I wish they would have called us and told us that y'all were coming. Because it's not fun looking at the business side of a 9mm. If you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, yeah, so I mean, it got serious real quick for a few minutes, and they got made some phone calls and stuff, making sure I was there. I was supposed to have been there, but Greater Cincinnati Airport was one of the busiest airports at the time, and just seeing all the planes sitting there. I mean, they had planes sitting on the runways parked. Was just the weirdest sight. Nothing taking off or leaving for that week. I mean, just an eerie feeling. I just remember that so vividly. I tell my wife now when we go around the airport, I'm like, you just don't understand how weird that was, not seeing nothing take off or land around here. And that's just my recollection of 9/11. It's just a somber day that I guess my grandfather, before he passed away in 93, always talked about Pearl Harbor, how it just, the whole country was united. And that's how we was after 9/11. Everybody united. There was no Black Lives Matters or Democrats or Republicans. We were all the same for a little while.
For a little while, yeah. It didn't last long, did it? We went back to complacency.
Right. It seemed like everybody's forgotten about that unity we had, and everybody got along, and everybody helped one another. You saw American flags almost on every vehicle and truck, and out there on every doorstep. It just sure has changed in 22 years, hasn't it?
It's a different time once again, yeah. Hey, I've got to pause for a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden expressed his desire for China to thrive, emphasizing the importance of adhering to established regulations. The remarks were made during a press conference in Hanoi following his discussions with Vietnamese leaders.
That's what this trip is all about. Having India cooperate much more with the United States, be closer with the United States, Vietnam being closer with the United States. It's not about containing China. It's about having a stable base in the Indo-Pacific.
President Biden acknowledged the challenges facing China's economy and expressed his aspiration to convene with Chinese President Xi in the near future. On the 11th day of the manhunt, Pennsylvania State Police say there's been a new sighting of escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. Surveillance video shows him in Phoenixville, Chester County, about 30 miles from Philadelphia. Cavalcante appears to have shaved his beard and may be driving a stolen white Ford Transit van. Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake on Friday night. The death toll now exceeds 2,000, with thousands more injured. The magnitude 6.8 quake marks the strongest to strike the North African nation in over a century. Rescuers are making progress in the mission to retrieve American scientist Mark Dickey from a Turkish cave. Early Sunday, it was confirmed that Dickey reached a base camp about 2,300 feet below the surface. He was more than 3,000 feet underground when he began to experience life-threatening stomach bleeding last week. The 40-year-old is now being carefully transported out on a stretcher. California Governor Gavin Newsom was asked if he's gearing up to make a run for the White House. On NBC's Meet the Press, Newsom said Vice President Harris is the next Democrat in line.
It's the Biden-Harris administration. Maybe I'm a little old-fashioned about presidents and vice presidents. I was a lieutenant governor, so I'm a little subjective.
As far as President Biden goes, Newsom said he looks forward to working to get him reelected. This is USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
19-year-old Coco Gauff has won her first major women's tennis title. The 6-seeded American beat the number 2 seed Aryna Sabalenka in a 3-set final at the 2023 U.S. Open Saturday. This victory marks a significant milestone in Gauff's burgeoning career. Even his Holy Father grew up with Rocky.
Sylvester Stallone visited the Vatican on Friday, where he discovered, to his surprise, that Pope Francis is a huge fan of his films and even gave Sly a little boxing jab.
Siamo cresciuti con I vostri film. We grew up with your films.
Ready? We blocked.
The veteran actor was introduced along with his wife, daughters, and brother to the pontiff in a meeting shared on social media by Vatican News. I'm Corey Myers.
Thinking Out Loud was not in Ed Sheeran's best interest Saturday night after the musician was ridiculed by fans for canceling his Las Vegas concert at Allegiant Stadium less than an hour before the show was scheduled to begin. Fans were irate, accusing the singer of allowing them to wait in line and roast in the heat, which was over 100 degrees. Sheeran sent out a message saying the show had to be canceled due to some challenges with load-in that could not be overcome. The concert has been rescheduled. The Nun 2 frightened audiences, earning over $13 million on its opening day. Projections indicate it's set to rake in about $30 million for the weekend. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
by the way, it is officially National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Actually kicked off yesterday, runs through the 16th. And there's a number of companies that have expanded their appreciation efforts to last the entire month of September. Racetrack locations celebrating truck drivers with special perks at their travel center and expanded diesel offer stores for the month of September. So yeah, they got some special deals there. Yeah, pilot locations. All the major truck stops have some varying deals. Travel Centers of America going to be holding cookouts, handing out some thank you cards with coupons inside. Truck mid-trip and tire inspections. They're going to be doing some cornhole tournaments at some locations. St. Christopher Truckers Release Fund gearing up with special messages of gratitude and recognition to the drivers with the help of corporate sponsors. Brenny Transportation, Pilot, Echo Global Logistics, and Truck Stop. Each of their sponsors have donated $5,000 to St. Christopher, part of the campaign that kicked off on the 1st of the month, running through the end of the month. A number of other events. Maybe we'll touch on some of the others moving forward here. Meanwhile, let me get back. Hillbilly got stuck at the news break there. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for holding me over. It was just a somber day there, Steve, and it'll be etched in my memory till the day I die. Just like it will be everyone else who will remember that day.
Correct. Yep.
I do remember listening to your dad that evening, and like you said, the format of the show just completely changed. So, went from kind of music and joking around to almost all talk after it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, on a typical night, we're playing Roy D. Mercer and Larry the Cable Guy and doing funny stuff and having a good time. But from that day forward, essentially, the program kind of changed.
Right. The whole world changed, really. But, all right, Steve, you have a good night and good week, and I'll catch you later.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Hillbilly, have a good morning, and see what's going on with the click of the mouse here. Dan is on board. What's going on, Dan?
Nothing. Well, I mean, a lot, Steve, but I mean, I happen to think when you mentioning that, we're saying that this is 9/11 22 years ago, look where we've come. That America's mayor is now having to take up a GoFundMe for his legal expenses for a kangaroo court in Fulton, in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yep.
And we left Afghanistan with 13 people, 13 soldiers murdered. And the president says this mission was a success. You can't get the truth. Did they have the sniper? Did the American sniper have the suicide bomber in his crosshairs or not? And he couldn't get the kill switch. We'll never know the truth.
Right.
I mean, and then I thought back when this happened. I thought, okay, these guys had box cutters. That's what they had, were box cutters. And was this preventable? And this has kind of shaped my voting going back then, because John Ashcroft was the Attorney General, somebody that I supported in all of his Missouri statewide offices, Secretary of State, Attorney General, and Governor, and then U.S. Senator, and then he became Attorney General under George W. Bush. Well, he's up there kind of saying why the FBI agent who got the report and investigated it, why she wasn't able, she took that information. She went out there to that flight school on hijacker number 19.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it was, or was that the 20th? That was the 20th hijacker, I believe. But there was one guy in Minnesota who went to a flight school and said he don't want to know how to take the plane up in the air, he doesn't want to know how to take off, and he doesn't need to know how to land. All he wants to know how to do is to fly it. Well, the flight school called the FBI, and the FBI went out there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And took the report, but then when she called it into the headquarters, Ashcroft said there was some regulation that prevented them from sharing this information. And then you find out that George W. Bush, in August, before this happened, received a hand-delivered communique talking about chatter in the Mideast when he was out doing something on his ranch. So, and then all of a sudden, 3,000 Americans are murdered very viciously.
Mm-hmm.
And and then of course we're going to the axis of evil was Iraq. They've got weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have no weapons of mass destruction, and we've gone into there and we destroyed that country, and we got Saddam Hussein, and the Iraqis executed him, and it's been hell ever since there, with one Islamic faction after another trying to take over. And then we went to Afghanistan, and we were there for over 20 years. And and as the final parting shot, we left the lives of 13 servicemen, watched them be murdered. So I really, ever since then, when it came time for election, and I relate this to election, I would vote for somebody because I'll either hold my nose or they're the lesser of two evils. You follow what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Until Donald Trump came along. And then I saw someone come in there and actually be attacked by the same group of people that brought us 9/11. And instead of the FBI, putting on all these BS investigations when they knew they weren't true, kind of culminating with the Hunter laptop. And then, and then now we're advancing it to the legal stage. And we're doing this and we're doing that. It's either Donald Trump or nobody for me. I don't want to hear from the rest of these people. I was thinking today, Nikki Haley, she's the flavor of the month. Well, I've got all this in foreign and, I've got all this international experience. She's only there in the UN for 2 years. And that's because President Trump put her there. DeSantis became the governor the first time because Trump endorsed him. And these people are exposing themselves, and I'm not going on that mission anymore. Well, I'm going to have to vote for, let's say, Mike Pence would be probably the last one I'd vote for.
Mm-hmm.
He's so phony. It doesn't take an Einstein to figure out he's phony, including that phony faith of his. You don't go around bragging that you're praying for people. Read your Bible. You do it in a closed room. But my point is, I'm not voting. If it's not Trump, I'm not voting. And I may even turn around to make dang sure that they don't get in. I can't see myself voting for somebody. I'll just stay at home because I've done it, and I'm sure you've done it too. Well, it's the lesser of two evils. You don't give us much choice, but at least, that's kind of the way most people voted for Romney. Because whatever you want to be, that's what he would be at that time, where he's at, whether it's in Massachusetts or it's in Utah. And quite frankly, I've had enough of it. And I don't see how the country can survive, Steve. I don't. And look where we're at right today. We're in Ukraine. We're not there yet, but we're paying the pensions of the Ukrainian government. There's something else we're doing in Ukraine with climate control and all this other stuff. When does it end?
Well, when you speak of voting for the lesser of two evils, it was John McCain where you kind of held your nose. It was Mitt Romney where you held your nose, and yeah,
well, it was W. It was W.
Oh, yeah,
because, you
sure.
know, quite frankly, Steve, I put him in the category of being one of the worst presidents this country's ever had. He got us into both of these wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, with no justification whatsoever. Now, to his fairness, he was given the wrong information. I mean, I guess it's fair. He's supposed to be the leader of the country, but what does he do? And, of course, he's got this idiot Cheney, shark man complex running around, and they're going around, and we went into Iraq and destroyed that country. I guess we're still paying them or we've got money going to them, I read. We're rebuilding things we tore up.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I can't really be that proud of our country. I could say that, Steve, I'm so proud of America. No, I'm not. I'm not. When I look and see what happened, and as far as I'm concerned, because Ashcroft, he can say whatever he wants. He was given advance notice by that female FBI agent of this other hijacker. You know who I'm talking about. The one that wanted to, what I told you, the flight school that called in Minnesota. And they did nothing with the information. And that's absolute insanity. And what we did, I mean, Bush comes in, W in 2000, or 2001, 2001. He comes in, and he should have immediately, this should have been a priority. I mean, what kind of briefing is he getting?
Right.
I mean, what's the guy doing? He's cutting brush down there, which is his right, I guess. But he's delivered a communique. But none of this ever finds any line of truth to it. And we're going on now. I've yet to hear one of these Republican candidates get up and say, what happened to Donald J. Trump, private citizen, President Donald Trump, with these phony investigations, what Trump alleged, what Trump told Zelensky is exactly true. We're finding out to be true. Well, that's okay. That's water under the hat. Let's water under the bridge. Let's just keep going. Well, it was true. There's corruption going on in the money. There's look at the amount of money that we're wasting in Ukraine.
Right.
The guy fires the defense minister and all the recruiters because they're taking bribes. That's their business, but it's our money. And I just, no wonder the United States Army or the United States military is running 15,000 recruits a month sharp. No wonder. And I've privileged to be around some younger people, and none of them want to serve. They don't want to be part of what today's Army is. They don't have an interest in it. They don't trust the government. Most of them were Trump supporters. And they feel you can say what you want. I may have the FBI calling you up for my phone number, but they feel the election was stolen. So what are you going to do, arrest everybody like this idiot in Georgia
Right.
did? This incompetent attorney, go around anybody who questioned the election. Heck, she wanted to, there was about 10 more people that they were wanting to indict. I just, it's terrible. I guess it's terrible to some people, but I just, and I'm not really, as you notice in this tirade of mine, I appreciate you listening patiently and I appreciate your listeners. I've not really teed off on Biden. You understand what I'm saying? Because this is old Joe Biden, as if Joe Biden before. Joe Biden has been lying for 50 years. These lies are nothing new. You can go back to the lies that he told when he was 39 years old, when he was 49 years old. And he happens to come through from a part of the country where the state of Delaware that's heavily Democrat. They don't really care who the person is as long as he's got a D behind his name. And, you know, as I said before, I appreciate you listening, Steve, but I happen to think about that. I remember Rudy America's mayor, and how he so, bravely or courageously kept that city together.
And his legal fees are piling up. I did see, looks like Trump raised $1 million for Giuliani's defense fund last week.
I contributed to that legal fund.
Did you?
Because that man is in his 80s, and quite frankly, he's broke.
Yep.
He could end up being homeless. And as I said, for all of us who are sensible people and have pride in our country, and I am a populist, Mike Pence. I'm a believer of Americans first. He's a populist too, Mike Pence first. But all of us are sitting there, and we always, like I said, I called it the lesser of two evils. What is it? Hold your nose. You can use any other euphemisms you want to use. You know what I'm saying? What else am I going to do? Not this time. I do agree with Donna Brazil, who said, I think I may have mentioned this to you last week, not this yesterday. And I kind of like her. I think she's got a very acute she's a Democrat. Trump is a movement. And she goes, what doesn't kill him makes him stronger. And how true that is.
Yep.
How true that is. And people that I talk to, I just came from Alabama, and I've starting to see a lot of Trump 2024 signs. There's a guy down there in 20 that's got a sign illuminated that says Trump won. And so I guess he's inviting the FBI. I should be careful. They're liable to come around and visit the poor man.
Well,
when you stop and think about it, Steve, everything that went on in this country and how 9/11 occurred, and then you see what the FBI has been doing the last 6 or 7 years. Are you kidding me? Chasing around a lie that they knew was a lie, and we spent $20 million on the Mueller investigation when the guy knew the whole time that this was not true. This was a bunch of BS.
Correct.
It does not bode very well for me for a country with a future. And let me be the first on your show to say I'm in favor of immediately shutting off all money to Ukraine. Go ahead, and you need to call Putin and let your butt between your knees and go in there and try to do something else to settle this thing. But the United States of America and its citizens has no business being involved in there. None whatsoever, despite what the Cheney family and the Bushes and their backers might say. That's the worst. I often think, what's the vote that I regret the most? Well, the easy one would be to say Romney. Okay? Actually, Steve, I didn't regret voting for McCain that much. I'll be honest with you. But the one I regret the most is because he won, and that was W. Bush. Because I think he hurt this country in such a way, as people have called in and said the country's never been the same. I think that happened. That did happen under his watch. And will we ever know the truth about it? HE double hockey stick? No. Never. Well, anyway, Steve, I didn't mean to go off. You shouldn't have left me go on. Sir.
Hey, I don't know.
I got to get to sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Maybe the big cookie. Maybe the big cookie here on a Monday. But yeah, apparently Trump hosted the former New York Mayor Giuliani at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, Thursday night. The dinner was co-hosted by Giuliani's son, Andrew. According to a source that attended the dinner, more than a dozen supporters of Giuliani and Trump attended, paying a reported $100,000 a plate. Trump told the group, tell everyone you know to support Mayor Giuliani, described as the greatest mayor in New York in American history. Of course, yes, he, along with Trump, indicted there in Georgia. After Giuliani's arrest, Trump posted, the greatest mayor in the history of New York City arrested in Atlanta, Georgia, because he fought for election integrity. All right, Giuliani's been targeted with multiple legal actions and investigations, the latest, of course, in Georgia. His associates say his legal bills have surpassed $5 million, and they believe he's facing what they call lawfare, not warfare, but lawfare, in an effort to bankrupt him. Just put him under, make him go away. And, you cannot... Yeah, aren't they telling us you cannot question what transpired in the 2020 election? I shared the link this past day. Go back and watch the archived footage of all the liberal media, all the Democrats in the days following the 2016 election. One after another, stating that Donald Trump stole that election, that he is not a legitimate president. They all questioned and came right out and said it was a stolen election. All the major Democrats. And now they want to arrest Trump and his supporters for making the same accusation or claim. All right, about a minute before news break here. So let's see, we got Grump coming up here next. It's been a while since we've heard from Grump. Philip's going to be checking in from Florida. Speaking of which, got the update from, I guess, the SpaceX is waiting for the authorization for their next flight. When will they get to go? All right, there's a laundry list of things that Elon Musk and SpaceX have to do before they're going to sign off on that. So we'll delve into that as well. That and so much more as we actually roll into, Truck Driver Appreciation Week coming on here. All right, and room for you. Our number, 844-844-3388. Trust you had a good weekend. Already a Monday once again. Hard to believe how quick that one went by. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden voiced his wish for China's prosperity with the condition that their government abides by the rules. The statement was made during a press conference in Hanoi following his talks with Vietnamese leaders.
It was less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about.
The president acknowledged the current economic challenges facing China and said he would like to meet with Chinese President Xi. On the 11th day of the manhunt, Pennsylvania State Police say there's been a new sighting of escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. Surveillance video showed him in Phoenixville, about 30 miles from Philadelphia. Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake Friday night. The death toll now exceeds 2,000, with thousands more people injured. It was the strongest to strike that country in over a century. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back at it here, 25 before the hour. Good to have you with us. Close out the weekend, a Monday coming on. Right about the halfway point here as we kick off the new week. What's been happening, Grump?
Well, there's been a lot of stuff going on here lately. I've had problems with my kidney, of course. I went through tests on that and everything, so I got that spot of cancer on one of my kidneys. So I'm going to deal with that, but right now I got a actually 4 pinched nerves in my neck that, I guess bone spurs is what they're contributing that to, and a lot of calcium in there from arthritis and stuff. But yeah, I'm dealing with that. So, I got to have surgery on that here pretty quick, and they're going to remove some of the spurs and everything, try to get some pain relief. I don't know if you ever had a pinched nerve in your neck, but it's one of the most painful things. I've been shot, broke my leg, fell off the did everything, and nothing touches this pain. I mean, it's just you don't sleep at night. Maybe a couple hours a night, stuff, and kind of cat nap during the day, but it's been pure hell. But other than that, a couple of days ago we had to put our beloved dog Dutch down. He come down with an aggressive form of cancer. He was just turned 11, or just about ready to turn 11. But that was hard, of course. I mean, he's my wife. She that dog, buddy. He in 11 years he'd only been away from her for 3 days. That was it. And I mean, she was just nothing but a mess. After that, but she took him, and she said she didn't want him being scared, so she took him in. And so other than that, man, it's just been it's been a rough go here for a little while, but you know, we're making it. I listened to Dan there, and the vote that he's going to regret the most is the one that he don't cast. And I don't care, you know, that's all we got sometimes, the lesser of the two evils. But we hope that we're going to pick somebody that is going to stand by the Constitution of the United States and is going to deliver a sound judgment on our behalf as we the people. And that, you know, just to say that Trump did that every time, no, I'm not going to say that. You know, I'm not going to say it at all. I don't know what, you know, some of the inner goings of, you know, Trump or anything else, but, you know, just because I want to vote for Trump again, yeah, I'll vote for him again. But if he's somehow not the nominee in the primary, and when it goes to the general election, I'm going to vote for the alternate, whoever it was, because I want to say in that matter. And you know, if you're not going to step up there and make your mark on that paper or cast your ballot in that general election on what you think is going to be the best course of action for this country, then don't bitch. Don't get on this show. Don't get on any show and raise hell, because you don't have that right anymore. When you sit back in the shadows and you sit there and say, okay, I pay taxes, I still got the right to bitch. No, you don't, because you just kick the process to the side. And what we keep hoping for every time that we vote, every election that we vote, we're going to put somebody in there that's going to do the right thing for we the people. It hasn't happened in a long time, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. And it just, you know, I want to have that right to bitch, and part of that right to bitch is to cast your ballot. But let's talk a little bit about this idiot down in New Mexico.
Yeah, how about her?
You know, I was reading that, and when she started that, you know, the Constitution's not absolute. That was right out of Joe Biden's mouth when he was talking about the high-powered rifles and things like that, and the high caliber and you know, capacity magazines and different stuff. He said, remember, the Constitution was never absolute. The Constitution is not, like the Democrats believe, a living, breathing document. Right. Just because the founders believed that it would have to evolve eventually. But he entrusted we the people to do that. You know, the founders, if they would just take a little bit of time and read every one of the damn Federalist Papers, they would understand that. But they don't. The Democrats get this thought process going in their head that the Constitution is a living, breathing document. That's why it's not absolute. That absolutism just doesn't exist in that contract. Well, why in the hell do they believe it was written down? And why is it that the founders were smart enough to say that 3/4 of the states were the only people that could change the Constitution? It had to be ratified through the states, through we the people. And it just blows my mind every time I read something or hear something like some idiot like that's going to step up and say something that damn stupid. You know, Steve, the American colonists fought a revolution to extricate themselves from the British system. The British system was absolutism. The British system believed that their Constitution was a living, breathing document, that it empowered government to make changes to the people, by the people. And it was just absolutely nuts that anybody right now would even believe that that's what we need to do here. No, it isn't. The people are the ones that need to be empowered, and that's exactly what the Constitution was. What were they thinking? You know, if you take a loan contract and you step up to a damn bank or something like that and say, "Hey, I just read this contract and I don't think it's absolute. I want to change it." You know, the bank's going to take your damn car. They're gonna be like, "No, you signed on the dotted line, dude. You know, bring me your car." You know, that's just the way it is. But it's absolutely crazy that we believe this. I mean, when you look at somebody like Robert Livingston back when they were ratifying, New York was ratifying the convention. You know, Robert Livingston stepped up on the floor and he said, "All power is derived from the people, not government, but from the people." This is something that Biden and all these fools will not accept. That just because they were elected, just because somebody cast a vote for their dumbass and put them in office, in a higher power office, does not give them the right to cast, to push push aside a document like the Constitution. I mean, it was there for a reason. You know, James Madison, he was another one. He argued that there can be no security for a consistent and stable government if the people in power cannot can actually willy-nilly change the Constitution to suit their political agenda. Now, what the hell have we been seeing? Joe Biden changing the Constitution to, you know, look at the immigration laws. He's just pushing them aside, and oh hell, you know, nobody's going to do anything. You know, he's right. Nobody is going to do anything. You know, we have a Republican Congress right now that is in charge, sitting on their hands and not doing a damn thing about it. They're so afraid that they're going to look like the bad guy if they pull all the funds from every damn bit of it. And I don't know. I listened to Pappy there, and I don't know if there's $10,000 or not going on an EBT
right.
card or whatever it is.
I haven't heard that, but I'm not from. I don't know. I mean, it might be a New York thing. I believe I saw that when they come into the country, they're getting, I think, $2,000 in the smartphone and the tracking device or whatever. But I don't know that, you know, what New York's giving them.
Right, and it's absolutely asinine to believe that New York would let people live on the damn streets, American citizens, and give somebody that kind of money that just walked across the border. You know, what we need to do is have a line of people standing there at that damn border, and when somebody walks across, you kick their ass back out in that damn water and tell them, get the hell out of here. You know, America's full right now. We don't need any more of your crap. You know, I mean, it just, they keep talking about these well, we got to have a comprehensive immigration reform. No, we don't. We got to enforce laws. You know, that was the whole idea behind the Constitution, was have laws that you enforce for we the people. And I tell you, I've never in my life seen such changes that goes on in this country that is just allowed to go on, like that dingling down in Georgia who, you know, is charging everybody. The one person that could put a stop to that is that sorry ass governor down there, who is a Republican, by the way, but he got piss hot about Trump. You know, Trump said something about him, so he's just going to let all this happen. He could have brought that to a head in just a second and said, "Hey, I'm granting immunity. I'm granting, you know, just going to go ahead and, you know, cast this aside." They could have had a recall on her dumb ass, or he could have pulled her power. You know, that he can do that. Look what DeSantis did down in Florida for that one prosecutor down there, jerked her down power. And it just why this idiot is not doing it, I have absolutely no idea. Maybe he's you know another closet Democrat, or he's just reading the tea leaves that, well, hell, I'm just a holdout here in the Republican Party, you know, down here, and it's changing. You know, they're going to flip it over to Democrat any day. Maybe I need to jump on that bandwagon. Well, he's already there. But it's man, I tell you, I just I don't know. Like I said, I read everything I could read on this idiot in New Mexico, and she keeps talking about well, it's not absolute. It's not absolute. Why did they write it down then, if it wasn't absolute? You know, you don't. If you're going to have a document, a Constitution, at which she took an oath to uphold and defend, by the way, you know, against all powers, foreign and domestic. Well, she's one of the people right now that is destroying the country, you know, with her stupidity. But that's one reason why they write stuff down. The Constitution was a written document because it was written to limit government power. And they wanted government to look at it and say, you know, let me read through this here real quick. This is, it's a written document that was ratified through the states. And let me take a look at it. All right, I don't have the power to do this. Well, crap. You know, let me see if 3/4 of the states will change their mind. They're not going to. That's why they got these dumbasses that thinks that they have these executive powers that can just step up and say, well, I'm going to do this anyway. You know, I'm going to go ahead and write this little executive order, you know, and throw it out there and say, you know, she's going to wind up in court. She's going to lose in court. That's a fact. I mean, it just, how many others is going to follow suit, though? You know, is going to follow right behind this dumbass and go, well, you know, if she's doing it, I guess we can do it too.
Right.
You know, are they wanting to start a revolution in this country? Because they're fixing to. It's just to the point where we're being invaded by these foreign idiots that just pour across the border, that don't give a rat's ass about our sovereignty or our laws, or they wouldn't be doing it. They're here for the money, not here for a job. I don't think they give a damn right now at this point in time. If they're getting money, they're sending it back down there and they're eating dirt, or whatever the hell they're doing. But I'm really sick of them. Has anybody tried to rent a house lately? Look at the HUD housing right now and read some of the articles on that. How the government is going around and renting up all these HUD homes that private citizens own, by the way, but they turn them over to the government for low income housing. Well, hell, guess who's they're putting in there? They're putting illegal immigrants in there, or aliens, whatever you want to call them. But it just, I don't know, man. I every day I wake up and I think, man, is this nightmare going to be over?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not going to be over. It's not going to be. The only time it's going to be over is when enough of the people pull their head out of their collective asses and say, look, I don't even recognize this place anymore. Is this what we called home? Is this the American dream, is to put up with more crap from more people? No, the American dream is freedom. It's about freedom. It's about low taxes. It's about living in a country that supports we the people. It's about having a strong military that nobody else wants to mess with. But it's, not now. Hell no. Now they got, let's throw dresses on our soldiers and, get into this wokeism crap and all the rest of this garbage and just, sit back and roll the dice and hope nobody messes with us. It's going to happen, Steve, one of these damn days where we're going to be fighting several places at once. And can we count on Europe? Hell, according to the Democrats today, no, Donald Trump pissed them all off when he told NATO, you got to pay your fair share. They shouldn't have to pay their fair share. Hell, I spent 7 years in NATO. That, nobody got treated worse over there than the American citizens, the American soldiers. I mean, the private citizens liked us, but the government couldn't stand us. And it just, when I heard Trump step up and say, you're going to pay your fair share. We're sick of footing the bill for you. You want us to protect you. And then here you are, you want us to pay for all that protection. Bull. And I thought, damn good for you, buddy. I've been waiting on somebody to say that, for the last 30 years, or 40 years. So he finally said it. And, I don't know. It just blows my mind that they think that, law itself, here in this country becomes arbitrary because the government just says, we're going to pick and choose what laws we enforce and which ones they don't.
I mean, but as far as the New Mexico governor, though, I mean, how ignorant is this woman to think that telling people that you cannot carry open or concealed, you got the criminal element, the gang members, the cartel members that are committing these shootings and murders and all the violence in the streets. Are they going to follow? They're not going to follow that order. Nothing is going to change when it comes to the criminal element.
No, it's not. And they will manipulate some kind of data to say that, well, my month when I told everybody you couldn't carry, crime dropped. Oh, yeah, look at it. It dropped. Are they that damn stupid? Yes, they are. And the thing about it is she's subverting the will of the people. It was the people who voted on concealed carry. It was on the ballot, just like it was in Missouri. Should we have concealed carry? Yes. Now we got open carry. I carry a damn gun with me wherever I go. And there's two things that I will do. I will shoot your ass if you bother me. I mean, that's just a fact. You try to rob me, I don't give a damn. I'm 63 years old. I'd rather die by God defending what I have than give it up to some punk who wants it. And that's just the way it is. I don't give a rat's ass anymore. I mean, that's just the way it is, Steve. It just, I'm not gonna sit back and just, allow some goon to step up. And I go to Washington D.C. or outside, on the outskirts there every week, delivering loads and stuff. See these morons all the time, out there trying to jack people. They just look at me and they're like, I ain't gonna mess with this guy. You damn right you ain't gonna mess with me because I'll shoot your ass right here. I don't care. And that's what every person in this country, every honest, hardworking person needs to say, is that when the criminals fear the average citizen, crime will drop. And the only reason they're not walking up and jerking open car doors and stuff like that around where I'm at and trying to jack cars is because somebody will shoot your ass. I mean, that's just a fact. But it's just, you got governors like this that, they are so damn drunk on power. And you said it in the beginning. They are just so twisted in their little beliefs that what they think is what's actually going to happen. No, it is not. It's further from the damn truth. All they're doing is creating a more of an atmosphere of criminal elements. That's all it is. When criminals, look how everything just went through the roof crime-wise after Floyd up there, after all that crap, and all this, the summer of love and all the rest of this crap that everybody just thought, well, hell, that's, okay, it's summer of love. What? All the fires, all the people that were dying during that time, and the Democrats stepped back and they actually took a victory lap saying, wow, it wasn't as bad as you think it is. But on January 6th, they had some people that showed up at the there should have been some people locked up. Damn well should have. But it ain't Trump. It's not somebody that said, peacefully make your voices heard. It's not. How many people was in that audience, in that group that were FBI agents? They won't even say.
Right.
That was enticing people to walk into go ahead, go into the Capitol. And do you hear anything else from me? No, hell no. I mean, it's just, we have more of a problem right now, I think, than with some of these dignitaries and some of these government offices that are just willy-nilly just saying, hell with it. I don't have to abide by anything because nobody's going to do anything about it. Really. I mean, this is what I'll give you the prime example. I go to the VA, when they implemented the Affordable Care Act, as somebody that's self-employed, I got my insurance just destroyed. And I got a letter in the mail that says, you now have to start using the VA, and I said, all right, whatever. I didn't really want to, but I did. And I got a cheap insurance policy. All right, when Trump was in office, people in the VA got their jobs done. I mean, they understood right now that the man would fire you. He cut a lot of jobs in the VA just simply because people not doing their damn jobs. They implemented that Community Care Act, where if you live over 40 miles away from a VA facility, you can use the local facilities. Just got to call up and schedule things in there. I use both. But now that this dumbass is in office, and you walk in the VA, they'll tell you right flat, hey, our budgets suck. They just really believe that it's back to the old way it was because nobody can be fired. People aren't doing their jobs and things like that. Well, I kind of argue with a little bit of that. I mean, I enjoy going to my VA, but they're dragging their feet on my stuff. I mean, hell, I've got my insurance and I've got money to pay for the damn thing if it comes to that. But they, for my neck and other surgeries. But it's like, damn, let's try this. Let's try that. It's the same thing as running things through the bureaucracy for two reasons. Number one, to justify a freaking budget. If they can, the more tests that they can schedule you for, the more dollars that they can milk out of the government. For this and that. And it just I don't know, it just really pisses me off that we have a group of people like the Democrats that sits around, they think this is justifiable. That they're government employees, really. They're here for your good, so therefore we can't fire them. The hell we can't. Trump done proved that. I'm just like I said, man, I'm just sick and tired of dealing with all these government idiots anymore. And it's bureaucracy at its best. I mean, it's just, here it is. They're not elected officials, but yet they're writing laws and they're changing regulations and doing this and doing that just because they think they can. It's time for we the people, man. I ain't kidding you. Start putting a boot in some butts and saying, hey, we're tired of this crap. And I can agree with Dan. We got to have people in the office and stuff like that's going to do stuff for we the people. But we got to chip away at what's there now, and a start would be term limits. Get rid of these dinosaurs that's been in there. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She's going to run again. Who in the hell wants that wretched old hag, running again? She's like Biden. She can't form a coherent sentence. She can't keep her teeth in her mouth and her booze bottle. I mean, I'm just sick of people like that, and nothing happens to them. It was her that when she was Speaker of the House that said, I want a Gulfstream 5. I don't want to stop in Denver, at Lowry Air Force Base or anywhere else, Denver or anywhere else to refuel. I want a one shot there. Well, what they didn't tell you was that when they landed in San Francisco, and her little entourage got off the damn plane. They ordered wine and everything else that had to be available on the plane for that ride from Washington, D.C. there. They sent the plane back to D.C., or back to Andrews Air Force Base, and then on Sunday it went back and got her and picked her up and brought her back. And how damn stupid is that? I mean, man, I tell you, it's just, you know, the elitism in this country anymore and these government officials is just, it just turns your damn stomach. It really does. It is getting harder to vote, but by God, I'm going to keep voting because I want to be able to stand there and bitch about stuff like this. But anyway, how's your day?
Hey, it's a Monday. I had a good, enjoyable weekend. Had our little art and wine festival there. Kicked things off Friday night. Yeah, had beautiful weather. Had a great crowd for Friday night. I know I didn't typically go back, Saturday, at least briefly. I didn't make it back Saturday, but I'm sure they had a blockbuster crowd there Saturday because it was just, like I said, a gorgeous weather weekend. All right, but hey, Grump, good to hear from you. And, we're talking about the health issues. Yeah, cancer spot on the kidney. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that could be, life or death. Yeah, you don't need the VA dragging their feet on handling something like that. Yeah, but, all right, we close out another hour there. Yes, Philip, got you coming up next, if you can make it through the news break. And plotting a route for you. Back to work Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Dr. Anthony Fauci believes a repeat of 2020 is unlikely despite the recent rise in COVID cases.
The chances of this being an overwhelming rush of cases and hospitalizations is probably low. So I think none of us in the public health field are predicting that this is going to be a tsunami of hospitalizations and deaths the way we saw a year or more ago.
On ABC's This Week Sunday, he said that he doesn't anticipate a federal mask mandate. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's emergency order restricting public firearm carry in Albuquerque faced an immediate legal challenge from the National Association for Gun Rights and member Foster Haynes. They filed a lawsuit in U.S. District Court seeking an immediate block to the order. The Democrat governor imposed a 30-day suspension as a public health measure applying to most public areas. President Biden voicing his wish for China's prosperity with the condition that their government abides by the rules. The statement made during a press conference in Hanoi following his talks with Vietnamese leaders.
It was less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about. And one of the ways you do that is you make sure that we are talking about the same things.
Biden acknowledged the current economic challenges facing China and expressed his anticipation of a forthcoming meeting with the Chinese president. A recent Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies poll indicates that despite California's blue state status, there is strong opposition to slavery reparations. Overall, the measure is rejected by a 2-to-1 margin by every demographic except for blacks. Sunday Night Football will showcase Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys against Daniel Jones and the New York Giants. The game kicks off at 8:20 Eastern Time. This is USA News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced. Call now. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call the Home Warranty Hotline now at 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. That's 800-239-1876.
Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake on Friday night. The death toll now exceeding 2,000, with thousands more injured. The magnitude 6.8 quake marks the strongest to strike the North African nation in over a century. The IRS has announced new initiatives targeting some 1,600 multi-millionaires who owe hundreds of millions of dollars in back taxes. 75 large business partnerships are also being investigated for tax evasion. Commissioner Daniel Werfel says funding from the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act and artificial intelligence tools have helped point IRS resources in the right direction. A Tennessee lawmaker says enough evidence has been gathered to start impeachment proceedings against President Biden.
Tennessee Republican Representative Andy Ogles on Newsmax announced it's go time to start impeachment proceedings against President Biden.
You know, my articles of impeachment can be offered as a privileged motion, which would trigger a vote within 48 hours. I mean, look, you've got tens of millions of dollars that have been accepted by the Biden family. I mean, the country is in crisis and he's going on vacation. Come on. This is ridiculous.
I'm Lance Pry.
The Nun 2 frightened audiences, earning over $13 million on its opening day. Projections indicate it's set to rake in about $30 million for the weekend. This surpasses the debut of Denzel Washington's Equalizer 3, which held the second largest Labor Day opening. Alongside The Nun 2, My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3 also making its debut. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, so there you go. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, welcome into a Monday. So I saw the update. Apparently, SpaceX must take a series of steps before they can launch their mega rocket again after the debut ended in an explosion, according to federal regulators on Friday. They said they've closed their investigation into the failed debut of Starship, the world's biggest rocket. They're requiring SpaceX to take 63 corrective actions and to apply for a modified FAA license before launching again. They said multiple problems led to the April launch explosion that sent pieces of concrete and metal hurtling for thousands of feet, pulverized concrete that spread for miles around. Now, Elon has said in the aftermath that he's already improved the rocket, strengthened the launch pad. The new Starship is on the redesigned pad waiting liftoff. All right. NASA wants to use, of course, Starship to land astronauts back on the moon in another few years. So of the 63 steps, which they don't break it all down, that the FAA, I guess, issued to SpaceX on Friday, I just can't help but wonder how many of those may have already, been taken care of. So, hey, what do you say, Philip?
Not much, bud. How you doing, boy? The last hour has been a real cookie hour, man. Yeah, a couple cookies on there, man.
I don't know. What. Dan and Grump may have to split the big cookie.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I think that SpaceX wouldn't be going through the grief they're going through with the FAA if they would have done everything they've done at Cape Kennedy. I think a lot of what's going on down there is because it's in Boca Chica, Texas. You know, if they would have stayed, if they would have went along with NASA and used Kennedy Space Center, I don't think they would be going through the problems they're going through right now with all the FAA testing and all that stuff, because Cape Kennedy's set up to do all that. I think that's why they're having such the problems they have. And I mean, environmentally wise, where it's located, everything. I mean, just some of the crap that they have to go through to launch, it's crazy. And it's because they have all that stuff over there at Boca Chica. And he wanted to kind of take it away from the agencies that, you know, like NASA and whatnot, to get it off the ground. And I think they should have stayed at Cape Kennedy, because everything you're seeing in Texas, it's being built right now at Cape Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people don't realize that, but we'll see how it goes. And I think the real big test with this thing is actually going to be at Cape Kennedy. I mean, the final product. Boca Chica is just a test site. It's just a test site. So we'll see how it goes. He's pretty close, though. He's made a lot of improvements on the pad and whatnot, but
right.
I don't know. I'm just waiting to see what happens. I mean, it's just, he's ready to go. He's ready to pull the trigger. Just a matter of getting the approval from the FAA. How's your day going?
No, not a bad start to the week. I don't know. Early on, we were all kind of reminiscent. September 11, 22 years ago. Yeah, you remember that day?
Absolutely, Steve. I was working for Quality Cartage, a LTL company in Chicago. I was driving my little L9000 Ford, and I was backed into a shop having a tire changed on the trailer. I had a inside on the rear axle on the driver's side. I had a tire that was flat, and I was having the mechanic change it. And Steve, you know, when you go to have a tire change, you know how they have those air guns and you hear all that noise.
Right.
That mechanic was changing that tire, and the next thing I know, he stopped. I mean, just stopped. I said, "Why are you stopping?" And he said, "Dude, airplane just hit a building in New York." And I'm like, "How do you know this?" I didn't know he had a headset in. He had his headset on.
Yeah.
And he had a wired headset plugged into his telephone. And I was like, okay. You know, he had just like, you know, kind of like, I guess what they call earpods or whatever you want to call it, but just had those plugged in there. And he said they just hit a building in New York. And I was like, wow. And then we turned the radio on in the shop, and we was listening to it on the radio, you know, and he finished up the tire, and I got on my way, and I left Chicago, and I was out on Interstate 88 that goes out of Chicago, and man, it looked like something out of Road Warriors. People leaving Chicago, man, they were just like driving like crazy. It was a long day.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ever see a Nextel system, a cellular system go down, but they killed the Nextel system, and we had to talk to the dispatchers on the landline. They wouldn't let us, you know, we couldn't use our Nextel system. They shut it down because they had the Sears Tower. They didn't know if they were going to hit Sears Tower. So that's where all the Nextel antennas were on top of Sears Tower. So they shut us down. And I remember going by O'Hare at the end of the day and seeing all those big airplanes parked everywhere. I mean, they were just everywhere, all these big airplanes. So it's a day I won't forget. And I ended up taking 2 weeks off after that because we couldn't get loads because they shut the borders down, you know, and we couldn't get had a lot of Canadian freight coming in. They shut us down. So we had to wait. So I ended up just taking vacation. I told my boss, I said, listen, I'll see you in 2 weeks. I got enough vacation. That's what I did. I took 2 weeks off. So crazy time, Steve.
No
crazy time. And
yes, sir.
You know what's funny about it? Next year, it's actually going to be on Tuesday. next year 9/11 is going to be on Tuesday, and that was, remember, Steve, that was the day it happened.
I was
on a Tuesday.
I was trying to remember what day of the week it was. I knew it was a regular work day because, like I said, got the kids on the bus, had just dropped the wife off at work, and it was a regular work day. I just couldn't remember what day of the week it was.
If my memory serves me right, it was a Tuesday. I mean, I'd have to go back on my calendar because you can do that with these fancy phones now. You can go back on the calendar and see back, way back when. And I'm pretty daggum sure it was on a Tuesday, if I remember correctly. And it was crazy. I tell you, it changed a lot of our lives. Some people for the good, some people for the bad. It's funny, though, how things work out, because after that day, we're going to get Osama bin Laden, and ended up, how long was it before we got him with Obama and his administration? Same thing with Saddam Hussein, when we're going to get Saddam Hussein and the same kind of deal. And it was crazy, though, Steve, seeing a lot of because I watch the old footage every now and then, seeing those people at the Pentagon, all these people helping each other. It's one of the few times you'll see a government institution where people are actually in suits out there helping people out. And, was it Cheney that was out there helping along, Steve, if I remember right? Wasn't it Dick Cheney was out there rolling people to the ambulance and whatnot?
May have been.
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff. It was crazy. But, man, I tell you what, man, old Grump, he's in, I got to say this much about him. I haven't heard you in a long time, Grump. I'm glad to hear you back. I'm sorry to hear about your cancer and whatnot, and I hope you make it. And by the way, before I go, Steve, I have to give my condolences to Gary's family, Moon passing away.
Yeah,
I got to give my condolences out to their family and whatnot. So he's going to be missed on the show. And, but it was good to hear Grump. And we the people is we the people. It's not I the people. Everybody in America now, it's I, but actually it's we the people. And I'm glad he brought that saying up because it is we the people. It's not I the people, so, and I do believe we need to shut things down and cut things off and take care of our own before we start taking care of others. Because we got a bad problem with it here in America, and we need to step up and do that. And with all these administrations out here that we've seen over the years, Steve, everything's about advisors. Like you look at Biden's administration, the advisors are helping him out. With Trump, it was a little different. The advisors helped him out, but who made the final decision? And I think that was kind of the deal. And that's something that needs to come back. The president needs to make the final decision, not a bunch of advisors. And I think that's happened a lot in America. What do you think, Steve?
Odd that you'd bring that up because over the weekend, Biden made another faux pas at the microphone where he actually said, "I'm just following orders here." Did you catch that?
No, I did not. I did not catch that. But you know what? That doesn't speak too highly of our administration. If he makes statements like that, I don't even care if it was in a joking deal.
No, it wasn't.
You don't joke around about stuff like that.
Yep.
You don't joke around about stuff like that. But I seriously think a lot of what we've seen over the years, and I'm not just saying Biden. It has been a lot of them that their advisors have made the decisions to do stuff that shouldn't have been made. Whereas one thing we did see with Trump, and I kind of see, you could tell with Trump that the president was making the final decision. That's what needs to happen. The president has to make the final decision. Not the heads of state. The president makes the final decision. You know what I mean?
Right.
In that office, and if not, he needs to meet with Congress and everybody needs to get together and make the decision. It's not, and I don't see that anymore. You don't see that with the last administration. You don't see that. You don't see these guys meeting in the White House or even Capitol Hill or wherever and saying, hey, let's all get together and let's make a decision on what's going to happen. You don't see that. It's some advisor in the back room. Who the heck, for all I know, it could be an intern for that advisor. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be crazy, but it's just the way it is. You know, we need a president that's going to make decisions, and that needs to happen. So that's all I got today, bud. I hope you guys have a great day, and thanks for having me.
You got it. There. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I was over there. You know, Joe Biden traveled to Hanoi, Vietnam, to get meet the General Secretary, Communist Party of Vietnam. Apparently mumbled through another speech this past day. Read the entire speech while looking down at his notes, but still managed to confuse his words. When he finished his prepared remarks, walked away from the podium, as he typically does, forgot where he was, then actually stopped and looked completely lost, had no idea what he was doing, held a press conference after he delivered remarks, and it was a total disaster. He opened up the presser by making a joke about a Vietnam War movie. At one point, got distracted, walked out of the camera frame. Then he called on a list of pre-approved reporters. And I quote, "They gave me 5 people here." And he yelled at a reporter who didn't fall in line, stating, quote, "I'll just follow my orders here. Staff, is there anybody that hasn't spoken yet?" He asks questions. Then he said, I'm not calling on you. I told you. I only have 5 questions. I'm just following my orders here. Who he was allowed to call on and take a media question from. Yeah, he's the guy in charge.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Meanwhile, as we get Truck Driver Appreciation Week underway officially. Looks like a House subcommittee hearing is scheduled this week that will focus on the future of automation in the trucking industry. the Highway and Transit Subcommittee holding a hearing entitled The Future of Automated Commercial Motor Vehicles. 10 a.m. Eastern Time this Wednesday. The witness list on the website indicates there will be no one to represent truck drivers. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association pointed out the omission, noting that this hearing falls during National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Mega carriers can hardly wait to replace millions of American truck driving jobs with autonomous trucks in order to save a buck, said OOIDA President Todd Spencer. The fact that the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee would hold a hearing without any professional drivers to highlight autonomous trucks in the middle of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week is a kick in the teeth to the hardworking men and women behind the wheel that keep our supply chain running every day. Witnesses will be Aurora co-founder Chris Urmson, Autonomous Vehicle Industry Association Executive Director Jeff Farah, American Trucking Association's President Chris Spear, and Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety President Kathy Chase. Jay Grimes, Director of Federal Affairs, said OOIDA will make it clear to the committee that the timing of the hearing sends a terrible message to the nation's truck drivers. We're going to be calling out the committee, he said. We've heard there's not going to be any driver representation as part of this witness list. We're certainly going to be submitting our perspectives on this hearing to the committee members to make sure the driver's voice is actually heard. Meanwhile, the CPAP device maker Royal Philips will pay out hundreds of millions of dollars to device users as part of a settlement agreement. The announcement last week is Royal Philips agreed to pay out at least $479 million to people who used certain sleep apnea treatment devices to settle a class action suit brought by the users. Agreeing to the payout, the company did not admit to any wrongdoing. They said they begin making payouts no earlier than the first quarter of next year. It'll be subject to approval by the court. It will provide predefined cash awards to all eligible participants, depending on the type of device, extended warranties on all replacement devices, and an additional cash award if they return the recalled device to Philips Respironics. All right, going back to June of 21, of course, they had that voluntary recall for about 10.8 million CPAP and BiPAP devices. The sound dampening polyester, the polyurethane foam that could degrade and emit harmful chemicals into your lungs. All right, with that, we're up to news break time here on a Monday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden voiced his wish for China's prosperity with the condition that their government abides by the rules. The statement was made during a press conference in Hanoi following his talks with Vietnamese leaders.
It was less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about.
The president acknowledged the current economic challenges facing China and said he would like to meet with Chinese President Xi. On the 11th day of the manhunt, Pennsylvania State Police say there's been a new sighting of escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. Surveillance video showed him in Phoenixville, about 30 miles from Philadelphia. Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake Friday night. The death toll now exceeds 2,000, with thousands more people injured. It was the strongest to strike that country in over a century. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, over the weekend, got word from my neighbor that actually introduced me to Moon a number of years ago. I went back into the archives, found some photographs, one where Moon got us tickets to see Tracy Lawrence at an Outward concert venue, got to do the backstage meet and greet. Shared some photos where we were all gathered, dressed up as clowns for a Halloween party, and Moon passed away this past, I guess it was Thursday, sometime Thursday. His son actually found him deceased when he went to check on him because hadn't heard from him in a number of hours, almost a whole day, and suspected something was wrong. So, yeah, not sure if it was a heart attack, stroke, but Gary Harris was his real name, and like I said, shared some photographs. Didn't call the program very often. Now, he used to chime in on a pretty regular basis. When he would wake up 3:34 in the morning to start his day, he always tuned into the program, and he'd say hello. He used to watch on the YouTube, and I think he was still following us on Facebook, but he would always chime in, and I would say MOON, that spells Gary, or that spells whatever, because, and I don't think he was even familiar. That was from the movie The Stand. If you remember, how long ago has that been? The Stand, and the that mentally handicapped individual that was his statement line. MOON, that spells cheese. MOON, whatever it was, but that's what I kind of associated with Moon. And I also got a message this past day, I think it was, from 5-7. And he informed me that Blind Man's fiance, Amy, had passed away. Good morning, Blind Man.
Good morning, Steve. Yes, he did. It was either Thursday or Friday. The brother wouldn't give me the time of day. And yesterday, I went to visit a neighbor, Julia, and her family. And she says, let's go get your ring and the radio. So we called the police, and we met them there at the house in Gaithersburg. And he wouldn't answer the door when the cops knocked on the door. But when she knocked on the door, he came out and started screaming and yelling at me. And
really?
He was saying, I was going to mail all this stuff to you. And she said, well, we're here. We're going to get it now. And the cops kept telling him to calm down. And he's screaming, calling me an AH and everything. And just because I'm blind, it doesn't mean that I have to be an AH. And I was sitting on the bottom of the step, and he said, get off my property. Get him off my property. And I got my ring back. I got the Sea Crane radio back and a Wi-Fi radio that somebody sent her, but he would not give me the time of day. As I said, there was no viewing, there was no funeral. I don't know if Amy wanted it that way or not. I know he cut me off completely, wouldn't talk to me, like I said, and a couple of friends helped me find out, where she was moved from the hospital to the hospice center, and then from there to the funeral home. And when I asked about the viewing and everything, you have to talk to the brother. Well, he wouldn't talk to me, like I said, but he was a total jerk. I mean, big-time jerk. So anyhow, the next thing, I guess I did inherit half of her IRA, and he was screaming about that I wasn't going to get it. He doesn't realize that it's going to be a done deal. So there's one more piece to this soap opera, and then I'm done with him and the family completely. The sister didn't even talk to me either. So anyway, that's it in a nutshell.
Well, sorry about your loss there. Strange things happen when it comes to people passing away, and it's amazing how people with I don't know, is it the greed factor? What is it? I mean, they feel like I want our money. I want that money. It's mine.
Yeah, he probably thinks I'm a total jerk, but like I said, I don't trust him. I trusted Amy to keep her promise to me, but I wanted to make sure her brother followed through.
Sure.
And he did, but he was really raving and screaming.
Wow.
And he doesn't have that many friends anyway. He's a loner and everything, and very strange that 2 or 3 times I talked to him during the 17 and a half year relationship with her. You know, I wished him a happy birthday, but he would hardly ever talk to me, and when he did, he was always screaming, you know, yelling about the worst thing that ever happened was allowing women to vote.
Wow.
So anyway, I'm going to, I guess, go back to sleep, and I got to make a couple of phone calls. I got to call the Best Buy and tell them that she died, and we got to figure out how I can keep Alexa, because the app is in her cell phone, and there's no way I'm going to get that. So we got to figure out how to set up in my name so I can continue listening to you on my Alexa.
Yeah, and those little Alexa devices aren't very expensive, I don't think. And we've got a little round device thing that I use to play some music and whatnot when I'm trying to go to sleep. So.
Yeah, I got that, and I got an FM transmitter so I can hook it to the transmitter and play it through my radios.
Very good.
And yeah, sometimes she does give me trouble, and Horace Feathers laughingly called me up one day and said, I understand you're having trouble with your electronic girlfriend.
Right.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to call and let you know what's going on. I'm going to go back to sleep now. So
all right.
You have a good day, and the rest of you guys have a good day, too. The one thing she really did for me was take me to West Virginia so I could actually meet Gilligan.
Yes. Yep. Yep, and gave you that Steve Summers overnight drive ball cap in the process. Sure enough. All right. Blind man, thank you for chiming in. Yeah, I say a prayer for the blind man. That's tough. I mean, he just, what was it, a week, 2 weeks? How she got put in hospice. It didn't take long, did it? Wow. All right. Well, the heat wave, Phoenix, Arizona. The end may finally be in sight. Sunday, you hit 111. You actually tie in the record for this date in 1990. 55th day this year. The official reading at Phoenix Sky Harbor hit at least 110. However, an excessive heat warning was expected to expire 8 o'clock this past evening. Still looking at 106 on Monday, 102 on Tuesday. Let's see. I hate to say, yes, this will be the last, but it's more than likely that will be the case. This is probably your last stretch of 110 this summer, according to the National Weather Service office there in Phoenix. Had the hottest 3 months since record keeping began in 1895. Average daily temperature in July was like 102.7 degrees, right? So it's been quite the heat wave here in the summer of 2023. Meanwhile, I guess we're just a couple mornings away here. Early risers and astronomy geeks get to view something that the Earth's skies has not seen for more than 400 years. I think we touched on this Friday morning. The comet Nishimura, or C2023P1, which is emitting a green glow from its coma, makes its closest approach to Earth this week. May be seen by the unaided eye here in the northern hemisphere. Let's see, discovered by an amateur Japanese astronomer in early August. It's going to be closest to the Earth on Tuesday. Now, closest, we're talking 78 million miles away, not next door. But the brightness was kind of peaking over the weekend and into this morning's sunrise, Monday morning, they say rivaling that of the North Star. Binoculars or a telescope could be used for better viewing. It will continue to brighten as it streaks toward the sun. Now, they say to view it, according to Earth Sky, look toward the northeast horizon about 90 minutes before dawn, and expect to see the comet pass about 10 degrees above the horizon, near the constellation Leo. So very low on the horizon. Actually makes its closest approach to the sun on September 17th, at which point it'll be the brightest, but it'll be difficult to see because it'll be close to the sun in the dome of the sky. All right. Over the weekend, NASA said the comet's tail is growing as it approaches the sun. Solar winds knocking dust and ice from the comet's surface. The expelled dust from the comet's last visit to the inner solar system might be responsible for the Sigma Hydrids meteor shower that peaks usually annually in December. If true, NASA said it's possible this year's meteor shower will be more active with new debris. Whether the half-mile-sized comet makes it past the sun without disintegrating is yet to be determined. It's apparently survived a previous journey around the sun. It may do so once again. All right, there you go. It makes this orbit around the sun about 435 years, meaning the last time it passed Earth was the year 1588. Years before Galileo had even invented his telescope. If it survives its journey around the sun, this comet will not pass the Earth again until the year 2458. Won't be here to get a glimpse of that. That's for certain. None of us will. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, we're going to leave off there. Let's get back to the calls on a Monday. See what's happening with Daryl. How was your weekend there, Daryl?
Well, it was fine. How was yours?
Had a good weekend. Everything went fine and dandy at the Art and Wine Festival. Had a good time. Got to hang out with some friends, listen to some good music.
Well, I was in Wilmington, North Carolina, still am, and got to attend a wedding down on the ocean front, and had a good time with my family. You were talking about 911, and they reminded me yesterday that today was 911, and I'm flying American Airlines to get back to Cincinnati.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, 22 years ago.
On that day, I had landed in Tel Aviv, Israel at 8:30 in the morning and was on my way to the Dead Sea and stopped at Jericho and was drinking a Pepsi-Cola, sitting on a picnic bench. And a lady come by and said there'd been 1,000 people killed in New York. And then she came back and she said there'd been 2,000. And before I drank my Pepsi-Cola, she said there'd been 3,000. And I thought, mercy. And then I understood that the borders were closed in Israel and no traffic was coming in or going out.
Yeah.
And I wondered how in the world I was going to get home. 10 days later, I landed in O'Hara and got on a 737 back to Cincinnati, and there was 15 people on a plane that held about 300. It was sort of an eerie feeling.
Yeah, strange times. It was, no doubt.
And we hope nothing like that ever happens again. But as I checked into the CVG, I just noticed all the TSA agents, and I thought of all the added expense we have to flying today that we didn't have 22 years ago.
Yeah, that is correct. Yep.
How is Stryker doing?
Actually talked to my son a little before showtime tonight. He was out there. He is working the street. He gets off at midnight. But, yeah, he said Stryker's doing well, had a good week. First week out there, actually.
Well, sound like they could use him up in Pennsylvania as they track this bad guy.
Yeah, they got a bunch of dogs up there, and I don't know how is this guy continuing to evade. I mean, the sheer number of law enforcement they got looking for him.
I mean, they spotted him yesterday, and they had him pinned down to like a square area, but he got out of that. This guy's an escape artist.
Yeah, no doubt.
I was sad to hear about Blind Man's tragedy and the loss of his dear one. It's always hard to lose a loved one. Well, I'll let you go. I just wanted to comment about my 911 experience and hope we don't ever see it again.
That is correct. Well, safe travels flying back to Cincinnati today there, Daryl. All righty?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you for checking in. Wilmington, North Carolina this morning. Yeah, the escaped murderer. I mean, he's been on run for over a week now. Spotted with what police called a changed appearance. Yeah, police issued a statement this past day saying that he was seen overnight near Phoenixville in northern Chester County. He is now clean-shaven, wearing a yellow or green hooded sweatshirt, a black baseball cap, green prison pants, and white shoes. He was operating a 2020 white Ford Transit van with a Pennsylvania registration. Police said the van had a refrigeration unit on top. Let's see. Of course, he escaped the Chester County prison on August 31 after being sentenced to life for fatally stabbing his ex-girlfriend in 21. Police said he wanted to stop her from telling police that he's wanted in a separate killing in his home country of Brazil. Now, Phoenixville is about 13 miles northeast of the prison. I think this is the furthest away from the prison they've detected him. But they continue to describe him as extremely dangerous. Officials on Friday announced the firing of the prison tower guard that was on duty when he scaled a wall, crab walking up from the recreation yard, climbed over razor wire, ran across a roof, and jumped to the ground. Apparently his escape went undetected for more than an hour until guards took a head count, and they did release last week the video, how this, I've never heard of called crab walking. You get between two separate walls, feet on one side, hands on the other, and kind of literally walk up the wall, between the walls to get to the roof. But I guess obviously the tower guard must have been, well, I guess slightly distracted, right? Nothing to see here. All right, I see Scotty's on board, going to be checking if you can hang in there through the top of the hour news break, Scotty, because we only got a couple minutes here. Meanwhile, let's take you out to Yosemite. Is there any significance here? Climbers scaling Yosemite came across a new crack near the Royal Arches cliff last week. According to park officials, a subsequent investigation concluded the cracking was actively occurring. They've taken steps to close sections of the park. The new crack has partially detached a large pillar of rock near the climbing route known as the Super Slide. According to the Park Service, they're sealing off trails while their investigation continues. Now, I guess after being discovered the following week, a climbing ranger and a geologist got up there to observe it firsthand. That said they could hear it cracking like a frozen lake that wasn't consolidated. And there were pieces of rock rattling down the crack without touching it. The geologist said they'd never seen anything like this, never been able to observe that in his 15 years in Yosemite. Now, they said the crack is reported to have moved about an inch over just a period of 7 days. What that means for the future is not exactly clear. How about that? Park officials are worried about a large pillar of rock that could break away. It could take years, or it could take, who knows? I guess could happen at any time. So very interesting, Yosemite. All right, we'll get our news break here. Got a final hour coming your way, though, and lines available at 844-844-3388 as we kick off a new week. Happy Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. us or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former top infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci doesn't foresee a repeat of 2020's COVID scenario. Speaking on ABC's This Week, he also ruled out the likelihood of a federal mask mandate despite a rise in cases.
We're having an uptick in cases, which is being reflected by an uptick about 17% or more in hospitalizations. There's no doubt that that is going on, and since we're now at the end of the summer, it is likely that that will increase as we get into the fall.
He did acknowledge the potential for government agencies to recommend mask wearing in the case of a significant uptick. President Biden voiced his wish for China's prosperity with the condition that their government abides by the rules. The statement was made during a press conference in Hanoi following his talks with Vietnamese leaders.
It was less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about. And one of the ways you do that is you make sure that we are talking about the same things.
The president acknowledged the current economic challenges facing China. Detroit auto workers have rejected the latest offers from the big three automakers. A strike could begin as soon as the end of the week if there is no deal in place by Thursday night when the current contract expires. The president of United Auto Workers said that the 146,000 workers it represents expect to go on strike if General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler's parent company Stellantis North America do not improve their contract offers. Morocco remains shaken by ongoing tremors after a devastating earthquake Friday night. The death toll now exceeds 2,000, with thousands more injured. The magnitude 6.8 quake marks the strongest quake to strike the North African nation in over a century. The epicenter located roughly 44 miles southwest of Marrakesh. This is USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about Medi-Share. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about Medi-Share. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes,
for
it is.
real, yes.
You know what? It's funny, too, because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, Medi-Share has been doing this for 30 years. I think you can trust that,
You
right?
can. Medi-Share really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing, too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to Medi-Share.
That's
cool.
that's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's emergency order restricting public firearm carry in Albuquerque faced an immediate legal challenge from the National Association for Gun Rights and member Foster Haynes. They filed a lawsuit in U.S. District Court seeking an immediate block to the order. The Democrat governor imposed a 30-day suspension as a public health measure applying to most public areas. State police will handle enforcement with fines up to $5,000 for civil violations. A recent Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies poll indicates that despite California's blue state status, there is strong opposition to slavery reparations. Overall, the measure is rejected by a 2-to-1 margin by every demographic except blacks. Only 28% of California voters support cash reparations, while a significant 59% oppose, with 44% expressing strong opposition. Diamonds make a great gift, no matter how old you are.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
A lucky kid got the birthday gift of a lifetime when she discovered a 2.95 carat golden brown diamond in Arkansas. She discovered the diamond while celebrating her 7th birthday at the Crater of Diamonds State Park. Aspen Brown's September 1st discovery is the 2nd largest registered by a park guest this year, topped only by a 3.29 carat brown diamond discovered in March. I'm Corey Myers.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get that final hour underway here on a Monday. Hello to Norman. Checking in from the Colorado high country this morning. 42 degrees, a little bit of rain. Could actually be some snow in the higher elevations this morning. Everybody have a good morning. Keep warm. Let me see. Gary. Yeah, the cool down is way better than the heat wave, he says. Better than the heat wave we've been having. Yeah, it won't be long, and we'll all be complaining about how damn cold it is. How long till spring? When's it going to warm up a little bit, right? We go in vicious cycles. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Hope you had a good weekend. I know the Reds were on a 3-game losing streak. They did win yesterday, that final game with the Cards. But I don't know, with 3 out of 4 being losses, how are we looking in the wild card standings? I think they were kind of hanging on to that, last wild card spot. I don't know. All right, what's going on, Demon?
Just another day in paradise. I want to know who goes to a wine festival and drinks Bud Light.
Who said anything about Bud Light?
I seen that picture. I think it was a Bud Light in your hand.
Cresso.
You told me that one time they didn't have Miller Lite there, so
they have Miller Lite, and they've got it they've got it in the bottles. But yeah, Cresso brought out a couple of beers. When I first got there, he brought out a Bud Light for me and a Blue Moon. He said I couldn't remember what kind of beer you drink. So yeah, I did have a Bud Light, but down at the booths there where they had on the beer that was on tap. They had Mick Ultra, Budweiser, Bud Light, and I think it might have been Yuengling, but most everybody coming up was, everybody was doing Mick Ultra, but it's still an Anheuser-Busch product when you buy the Michelob Ultra.
Right.
I know they weren't hardly.
Ultra actually don't taste bad.
They weren't selling nearly as much Bud Light, that's for sure.
Right. But, I seen that picture, and you had that mug of beer, and I'm thinking, just who goes to a wine festival and drinks, beer?
It's a Skullbuster festival.
Of course, I know you don't drink wine.
That's right.
Yeah. But, I sure was sad to hear about Gary. Man, I really like that guy. He messed me on Facebook quite a bit, and, I met him several different times, and he's sure going to be missed. Anybody that knew him, he he was just a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa was pointing out to me that, I mean, hardly a day would go by where he didn't. If somebody had a birthday, if somebody had an anniversary, I mean, he always made mention of it on a Facebook post and whatnot.
Oh yeah, that's what I was messaging Jeff, you know, and that's what I said. You know, he never missed a birthday, anniversary, or nothing. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was just, you know, you could tell what time he got up in the morning. Usually 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, he was up, and like I said, he didn't miss one. But you know, I tell you, you just never know. How old was he? You know?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember either. You know, but I remember the year at the truck show they come down. You know, had a really good time down there. Of course, I've seen the pictures you posted of the truck show. I know I was around there when those pictures were taken, but yeah, I must have avoided getting into that picture or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, I tell you, you just never know. But you know, well, it's 66 degrees down here in Texas a while ago. Getting a little warmer further south I get, but shouldn't answer the phone the other day. The boss man called me and I was asleep, and I went in and I called him back and thinking, I normally just do 2 trips down here, and he wants me to do 3 since I'm going on vacation next week. I was like, doggone it, I should have just ignored the phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could have started my vacation early. We're down to 8 days, and of course we fly out Sunday and get on the boat on Tuesday.
So, I mean, any final word about? I mean, I know they said some of the cruise lines are like canceling their Panama tour passages in the future. Everything good to go on yours?
Oh yeah, it's the Panamax ships they're having the big problem with, and they've changed it to there was an update come out a couple of days ago, and it was they're going to leave the status quo right now what it was. Instead of being the 36 ships, they're down to 32. They've changed the max depth of the ships from, I think, 40 meters, 40 feet to 30, 36 or 34, I think is what it was. You know, it's everything's still the same. What you know, what the last thing was, and they said that the backlog is gone, and that was the biggest problem. Is that there were so many ships showing up there without having an appointment to go through, and you know, they said that that's the numbers are down from there. I guess there's a lot of ships that aren't. They're taking alternate routes or whatever now, but you know, everything's looking better there. But being the cruise lines, they have appointments. You know, they've had this cruise booked for almost 2 years. You know, those dates are pretty much set. You know, and the ships that have the appointment to go through are not having a problem, especially through the smaller canal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Royal Caribbean that canceled cruises next year for 2024.
Okay.
And of course, they just do the partial transits where they go through and go to the lake and then turn around and come back. But remember, the article read, you know, it takes 50 million gallons of water for each ship. Which, I mean, that water's not disappearing. It's just that's what it uses to take and raise the ships up and lower them back down.
Right.
You know, but so. Everything I read, you know, we're not going to have any kind of issue. You know, and like I said, the backlog's kind of gone now, and I mean, I'm not worried about it. But you know, like I said, it sounds like John Hale just said everything's good to go, and they haven't said, you know, anything different. But well, I guess there's a bunch of mad people. They done a Greenland cruise, but I guess they canceled the Greenland part of it. And, all the stops were in Canada and everything like that. They didn't get to go to Greenland, and well, I guess there was a lot of people really, really upset about that. And I'm not sure it was weather is what it was, but you know, I'm not sure what kind of weather was up there.
Yeah.
But, it's that time of year, And, I mean, it can happen anytime. I mean, we've missed ports on several cruises, and not just because of hurricanes. I remember the one year we missed Grand Turk because of the winds and stuff. It then ended up going to the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the first cruise we missed, because of the hurricane, we missed Grand Cayman and Costa Maya, and they give us Progresso. But we've had itineraries reversed and everything else,
Yep.
So I mean, we're just part of it. But like I said, just all part of booking a cruise. But
never know what Mother Nature's going to throw your way, do you?
Nope, sure don't.
Yeah.
Did you read that post that I put on Facebook here not long ago about where that truck driver ran through the stop sign, killed somebody, and then turned around and got out of the truck and went and got a bite to eat?
Yeah, he got him some lunch, and before police caught up with him. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, he was talking a while ago about, the truck drivers, I mean, they brought these truck drivers over here on these visas, to work. Well, and these foreign drivers, every time you read a bad incident like that, it just seems like it's always the foreign drivers. And I mean, it's just stupid stuff they do. I mean, that's ridiculous. Get out of the damn truck and go get a bite to eat, and you just killed somebody. I mean, they're the ones that run these low-way bridges. They're the ones that, are in bad accidents, and, it's just, I'm not even going to go into it. I couldn't believe when I read that article there, I mean, that's the worst one I've seen.
And, I mean, there was a raging fire involved there, too.
Yeah. I mean, the video, you see it, and like I said, then they show the fire. I mean, how the hell can you just get out of the damn truck and go to the taco truck or wherever the hell he went, But anyway, he's talking about 9/11. Of course, like I said, all of us remember where we were. I was sitting in the doctor's office taking a pre-employment drug test to go to work for Lazy Boy, and I just was sitting there, and a friend of mine, she was a nurse there, and we weren't really paying any attention. She come over and said something about the first plane had hit the tower, and then they turned the TV on, and like I said, we got to watch the second one hit, or just
mm-hmm.
The day that changed everything forever, But anyway, well, I'm gonna get off here. I may talk to you before we leave, but if not, it'll be sometime in October.
Yes.
Anybody that wants to go on a cruise, Steve's still got a cruise. We're booked for just about a year away. Anybody wants to get on board, let's go.
I don't talk about that enough, do I? I hardly ever mentioned it. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire.
Bonaire. Should be a good time.
Which will be
still got plenty of time to take and get it booked.
All the cruises we've done over the years, this will be our first ever stop in Bonaire.
Right. We've done Aruba and Curacao a couple times, but
mm-hmm.
Bonaire, I guess, is supposed to be a really good place to snorkel, and don't know much about it. I just know everybody said, snorkeling is one of the biggest things there.
Okay.
But Southern Caribbean has always been a good cruise. I've always enjoyed that, But like I said, let's get it booked and let's have some fun there, But y'all have a good evening. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks for checking in there. Have a good morning. Happy Monday, Scotty.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. They had an update. Ryan Witkowski, contributor to Landline, the OOIDA magazine. Now, he said, in life, it's important to never underestimate things and to admit when you're wrong. He said, I was served a clear reminder of this by the California Highway Patrol while checking my email this morning. Last week, I reported an event being held by the Highway Patrol's Gilroy Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division to show its gratitude during National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Of course, several weeks ago, the division announced a driver appreciation event complete with a hot dog lunch to be held at the department's northbound scale from 1 to 3:30 Tuesday, September 12th. Now, at the time, details were pretty sparse. I reached out to the Highway Patrol for additional info, but didn't get a reply until today. Turns out that what I thought was a small shindig is in fact a full-blown hootenanny. Let me start with the hot dogs. Officials with the Highway Patrol tell Landline these are no ordinary wieners. They're bacon-wrapped. Yeah. There's going to also be chili to top off your bacon-wrapped dog, if you would like. To provide the lunch, the department contracted with a local food truck, the Dog Shack. Chips and drinks will be included, and some sweets will also be available. Well, as I said last year, about 100 truck drivers attended the event, and they expect at least 50 this year. They'll have preparations for at least 150 lunches to pass out. On top of the free lunch, the event will also include music and multiple vendors. And a few companies are actually going to be present with truck displays, including an electric vehicle unit. Now, I understand drivers being kind of leery about attending police-sponsored events, right? So I asked the department if that is a valid concern, to which I was told we will not be inspecting vehicles during the event. So there you go. Truck Driver Appreciation Week officially underway. Now, speaking of electric truck, Seems like we're seeing more and more of these occurrences. Multiple fire departments responding Friday morning to a fire involving an electric semi. Phoenix, Arizona. Firefighters called again to the Nikola Motor Company headquarters. On arrival, crews found an electric semi-truck on fire and called for assistance from additional crews. AZ Family reports the truck caught fire during a roadworthiness test. In total, about 50 firefighters from Tempe, Phoenix, and Chandler all responded to the vehicle fire. Of course, another Nikola semi-fire occurred at the facility on Monday, September 4th, prompting a response from pretty much the same Tempe, Phoenix, and Chandler fire departments. On June 23rd, 4 electric semi-trucks caught fire at the same Nikola facility in Phoenix. That was where the company initially blamed the fires on foul play, later determined the fires were actually caused by the defective batteries, which led to a vehicle recall. They had the video, the local news was out there, and the incredible amount of water being used, which they're just trying to keep the battery cool to stop or slow down the chemical reaction or the reaction that's taking place inside the battery. And ultimately, you finally get the fire extinguished. Now, going back to the June incident where you had the 4 semi-trucks that caught fire, that was the scenario where they got the fire out, and what was it, nearly about a month later, one of those trucks reignited. So I don't know, this electric vehicle technology stuff, can't help but wonder. All right, it is 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Hello, Steve in Columbus. Good morning to all the listeners out there. Well, the weekend came and went way too fast again. It needed to come with a little more rest. That being said, I suppose the inevitable's here. Time to pour the coffee, fire up the car. I wonder what we'll find in the trash today. All right, everybody enjoy. All right, so is Truck and Phil on board. Happy Monday, coffee up, morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. High of 79 Fort Wayne, 72 in Sterling Heights today. Yes, they are going to be celebrating Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Cookouts, prizes, giveaways this week at work as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back again. Have a safe, great week. Truck and Phil is on board. All right, Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. All right, about a minute before a news break here. Well, he mentioned, the great product of Staybill. I need to remind you, for over 60 years, Staybill, of course, has been the go-to additive when storing whatever it's going to be, lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that you may have sitting around with gas in it. Staybill storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure and store that engine the right way with Staybill. Now, Monkey Goucher brought this up a couple weeks ago, that he's got the boat that he stores the off-season. It won't be long. I know a lot of folks getting out there, hitting the lakes, for the last time, maybe this summer. I know my uncle ran down to Cumberland real quick over the weekend. They actually make a marine version specifically for those that are putting their boats in storage for the season. So, the Staybill Marine. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The IRS has announced new initiatives targeting some 1,600 multimillionaires who owe hundreds of millions of dollars in back taxes. 75 large business partnerships are also being investigated for tax evasion. Vice President Kamala Harris is dismissing GOP presidential candidates' attacks on her as familiar territory.
They're scared that we will win based on the merit of the work that Joe Biden and I and our administration has done.
Speaking on CBS Face the Nation, she addressed concerns about President Biden's age and claims that she'd be worse than him. On the 11th day of the manhunt, Pennsylvania State Police say there's been a new sighting of escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. Surveillance video places him in Phoenixville in Chester County, which is less than 30 miles from Philadelphia. He appears to have shaved his beard and may be driving a stolen white Ford Transit van. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
righty, don't know if you could tell on the Facebook feed, for those that have been tuned in, kind of lost a little bit of our ambience, where we had the LED lighting that I could typically made them green for the Hot Shot Secret. Sometimes around the holidays, we might go to the red, but then it kind of looked like, the red light district. But I don't know, somewhere over the weekend, Saturday night into Sunday morning, they're not burned out. These are the flat strip lights, the LED lights. And they're kind of flashing like a runway terminal. Blink, blink. It's like, okay. So I don't know if it's the actual, obviously the lights still work, but they've got some kind of a, I don't know, I guess a transformer or inverter or something. Maybe I don't know if you can replace that separately, but yeah. our kicking through the night vision, right? It is 844-844-3388. And it's a Monday. Hello, Scarecrow.
Man, oh man, Steve. You got me salivating up the river here right now. I can't shake those bacon-wrapped hot dogs there.
Yeah, with chili.
Coming off the grill.
Bacon-wrapped chili dogs.
Both the wiener and the bacon was a little bit crisp, almost to the crunchy side on the outside. Oh,
yeah.
Man, it's going to be a long ride home. In fact, I can picture the bacon sitting in the freezer right now. I don't know. We may have a change of venue for breakfast later in the day here. But, you mentioned heat wave. Steve, how many times has the word /handle heat wave come up in the last 3-4 months? Between the weather prognostication and talking about our ex-yellow driver, the word heat wave has been mentioned probably more frequently than any other word on your program.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not listening directly or if I'm outside the truck, I'm thinking, well, now is heat wave about to call in, or did they miss his call, or is he talking about the weather now? I'm certainly not going to bring up about the that G word. So beyond that, where were you when the world stopped turning? Steve, your listeners, if you're not familiar with that song by Michael Jackson, you owe it to yourself to listen to that. I actually went several years before I was even made aware of that. But since then, I do have it in my regular rotation and whatnot now, and yet there are times I'll get a lump in my throat thinking about it and such. But I was on that very day I was still licking my wounds over being unemployed. That was after I was into my 25th year with my previous trucking company, and they closed their doors, and I thought, that's enough driving. Maybe I'm better suited for a different profession, but, well, we see how that played out. But, Steve, I sat there at our kitchen counter, just finished up my breakfast, and, I had better go outside and accomplish something here. Whatnot, head up to the workshop, and, I'd had the morning news on, the national news runs from 7 to 8. Now, whether it's CBS or ABC, I don't recall which it was. And literally, I had reached over to the power button on the TV, and that news alert or whatever showed on the screen. And I don't know if that got my attention or if I noticed an image of the two towers in the background. But I just thought, well, I'll wait a moment here to see what this is about. Well, then, I too assumed it was, a little private, plane or something,
right.
That it hit that tower, and even the image on the side of the building, it really didn't sink in. Once you actually saw the profile when the smoke cleared, it was. But either way, so I was done watching the news. I don't think I left that television. I think I watched it, Steve, right up till the evening news came on at 5 o'clock or 5:30. It captivated me. I guess just the imagination of what was taking place. It couldn't be real, but here it was, and yes, it changed everybody's lives forever. I sat here thinking earlier when the program first started. They say never forget. Well, I had forgotten. I'm embarrassed to say that, and maybe just the fact that I had wrote the 10th on my paperwork before I left last night. It may have come to light today, being the 11th, but no, it just totally the realization we have. Well, listeners that hadn't even been born yet at that point in time. Yep. We have young drivers out here that were in diapers yet at that time. Think about how much has changed, yet how much stays the same, But yeah, we lived history for certain at that moment in time. Anyway, a week or two back, Steve, you mentioned about carbon dioxide and whatnot. Do you remember if that story originated from an article, a news article or something? Or I asked that because I don't want to repeat something you'd already brought up. But it was yesterday I was reading, here we go again. You're going to say it. Pro was reading words again. Yes, I was. It was about he was a Nobel Prize winner. The name slips.
Yeah.
But he is, casting dispersions on this whole, save the earth, movement and all this and that too. How, reflecting back in the age of the dinosaur, that it would have taken a huge increase in carbon dioxide to, promote growth of, foliage and whatnot, to feed, that type of, presence on Earth and such that, you'd mentioned, in that program that I'm referring to, the actual importance of carbon dioxide to, our presence on Earth. And yeah, he was casting dispersions on the entire, science community, at least those that are, all screaming, Chicken Little, the sky is falling, and, what the heck is his name? Al Gore, and that ridiculous movie film that he had produced. And he said one of the biggest things that everybody ignores is cloud cover. How big a change that is to, the earth warming and such. And he had picked up on that from, he was camping and he had a little solar collector, and, noticed how the power generated dropped off like 50% or so, once the clouds went over. And then he got to thinking, none of these, the images or scientific forecasts and whatnot, none of them take the clouds into consideration. But yeah, he had a whole lot to say about, this naked science, or however you want to phrase it, that the doom and gloomers are way off base and such. So that's what I really had for you this morning there, Steve. It's like, you got time for several more here yet. So we'll get out of here and make room there. Get you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Scarecrow. And that was a separate piece I shared last week, the audio actually. And it was a congressional hearing grilling John Kerry, the climate czar, about the CO2 levels. And the CO2 levels on the planet Earth today, which he said was about 406 parts per million, as they call it. To which, according to the United Nations, 350 parts per million is a danger zone. And then he tried to cite that, we know that in the last 800,000 years, the CO2 levels have never been as high as they are now. To which the representative responded, and you specifically selected that number, 800,000 years, because we know the previous, was it 2 million or 200 million years prior to that, that the CO2 levels was above 1,000 parts per million. To which John Kerry responded, but we weren't here then. The human race wasn't on the planet then. And that's where it really gets comical because, well, of course, the narrative, the climate is changing because of the human race. It's human-caused climate change. And I think he kind of caught himself up not realizing that he was saying, he was actually defending the representative's own narrative that it is not human-caused climate change. And he tried to brush it off. This is just not a legitimate line of questioning. This is not the science. He said, well, how did those CO2 levels get to 1,000 parts per million? All those hundreds of thousands and millions of years ago, to which Kerry responded, there were all kinds of geological events taking place on the planet then. Okay, there's another representative said, okay, so when the human race showed up on the planet, did geologic events cease to exist? Did geology cease? No. So that was I think I saw the piece you were talking about this past day. That was a totally different, but it was a scientist admitting that they omit some crucial science when they put out these numbers, that these climate change models are lacking a whole lot. But let me pause there, get back to the calls here in 2. On a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Getting back to some of the earlier conversation, New Mexico's governor, the 30-day ban on carrying open or concealed in Albuquerque and Bernalillo counties. Elon Musk was actually among those bristling at the move. Violating the Constitution is next level illegal. How soon can this person be removed from office, he said. Others echoing his thoughts. Believe it or not, even voices that are normally all in favor of gun control, voicing opposition with curiously similar language. The goofy attention hunter David Hogg said, I support gun safety, but there's no such thing as a state public health emergency exception to the U.S. Constitution. Albuquerque's police chief said he will not enforce the order. Bernalillo County Sheriff John Allen voiced concerns about the order, according to Fox News, stating, while I understand and appreciate the urgency, the temporary ban challenges the foundation of our Constitution, which I swore an oath to uphold. I'm wary of placing my deputies in position that could lead to civil liability conflicts, as well as the potential risks posed by prohibiting law-abiding citizens from their constitutional right to self-defense. Republican State Senator Greg Baca said the order was the wrong response. A child is murdered. The perpetrator is still on the loose. And what does the governor do? She targets law-abiding citizens with an unconstitutional gun order. In the National Review, Charles C.W. Cook said, this is not how the law works in America. As far as I can see, there's nothing in any New Mexico statute that gives the governor the power to declare an emergency, suspending the right to carry. And there's certainly nothing in the U.S. Constitution that does. If our elected officials were allowed to shelve our unalienable rights every time they believe those rights were being abused by outlaws, then they would not be unalienable rights. They would be privileges. Luan Grisham does not expect criminals to follow her illegal order, but she hopes that it will send a resounding message to the people who are not criminals, and that this, in turn, will create fewer risks on the street? What? Yeah, that right there is the practical problem with almost every gun control measure that's ever been proposed in this country. It's almost elegant in its futility. Data from Florida and Texas has shown carriers are between 6 and 7 times more law-abiding than police. These people don't need to be sent a message because they aren't the problem in the first place. The problem, the only problem, is the criminals. The very people who Luan Grisham acknowledges will be unaffected by her order. What a mountain of tyrannical stupidity she has built. I expect this to be short-lived, he said. Yeah, I would certainly think. But morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. We're short on time, so I'm going to just hit the high spots here. You're mentioning criminals and that guy up in Philadelphia. If you watched that video, did you see his lookout as he was crab walking that wall? I mean, if any guard had been on duty and watching that particular camera he was supposed to be watching, It was very plain that the guy that just sauntered up there was a lookout, whether he was looking at the tower to see if the guard was there or what, I don't know. And once the guy got out, I'm pretty sure that he had help. That wasn't just a random escape. And the other thing, too, is to jump to the climate change thing. I don't care what society you go to or anything else, they all talk about the Great Flood. And that changed Earth's climate rather substantially. And if we didn't have carbon dioxide in the air, we wouldn't have carbon in the soil. If you don't have carbon in the soil, you won't get soil penetration for the underground water system. And I'll just stop at that. But carbon dioxide is very, very, very necessary in the air, and it also creates carbonic acid that degrades the rock, and this Earth would be one big rock if it wasn't for the carbon dioxide in the air. But what I really called about was Biden and China, and him thinking that he can trust China. This is the same China that whenever they signed the Paris Peace Treaty, that where North Vietnam was going to stay where they were supposed to, and South Vietnam could do their thing, that instead China, along with other communist nations, funded North Vietnam's overrun of South Vietnam, and Congress refused to give the South Vietnamese military any weaponry. So, and then we jump forward. You were mentioning about your cruises and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's something, I think it's called Treaty of the Seas or something of that nature. And you mentioned about how sometimes they had to divert from different ports. Well, China's out there building islands in the Pacific, and I'm pretty sure that's prohibited by the Treaties of the Seas. And the reason they want that is they want to control that whole corridor over there, the South China Sea and all that. And the other thing, too, is China believes that Taiwan is one of their islands, and they're committed to taking it back. And something that's closer to all Americans is China is the one that is either manufacturing the chemicals or the fentanyl,
Mm-hmm.
and they have their own police station set up in this country to monitor their Chinese citizens or anybody condemning them, which is a strict violation of U.S. law. And I'm thinking to myself, so these are the people, Joe Biden, that you want to do business with as long as they obey by the rules. Well, what magic wand is he going to wave to get them to obey by the rules? And I'll just stop at that since we're close on time. So.
Vic, thank you so much here on a Monday. You got it all in there. Short and sweet and to the point, right?
Okay.
There you go. All right, with that, we are about a minute from news break. Or actually a minute from winding things down. I apologize. Like I want to extend things another hour. All right, although the start of the week, rather damp for the Northeast and New England. Look for a dry, cooler pattern on the way later this week. Saw a lot of repeated showers, downpours over the weekend, and it continues as we start the new week. There may not be much of a break from the wet weather as a zone of low pressure advances eastward from the Great Lakes today into Tuesday. So we'll see more showers breaking out once again across the region on Tuesday. Could see some heavy rain possible into Wednesday. The swath of storms stretching from parts of the Ohio Valley to the Mid-Atlantic and New England Tuesday before hitting the coast on Wednesday. Some of these could actually pack a punch here as we get the new week underway. But later this weekend, as we head toward next weekend, things finally begin to dry out for most of the Northeast. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on Lee. What kind of impacts might Lee bring to especially the coastal regions there in the Northeast? Have a great Monday. Thanks for joining us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. Dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.